Well, hey everybody, good morning. How are you this morning? We are going to try something different today, and this could be rough. It absolutely could be rough. And I thought what we would do today is something completely different. I've loaded up the PTU. It is in Wave 1, and I'm going to attempt to log into the game, outfit a Prospector, find the Boremax, and attach that to a rock and do a little testing today. Now that's all for posterity, all for science. So without further ado, we will go ahead and get started. I don't know how this is going to go. It might go down in flames. So we'll kind of enjoy the ride either way. For sure. Happy Saturday, everybody. It's Saturday morning here. A little gray outside. We got a little snow last night. Really looking forward to the weather to turn a bit more towards spring. Could certainly use a few walks outside. And it's, makes it a beautiful day to play some Star Citizen when it's still gnarly out there. So I spent about a half hour, 45 or so, kind of setting up the PTU and really kind of thinking about whether or not I wanted to try this or whatever. Hey, Squirrel, good morning. How you doing? So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting ride here. We don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. If it's going to go, we're going to give it a try. Now, I did load into I did kind of create my character already. I did log into Area 18. I was able to log into Area 18. It looks like she's dragging a bit now, so we will see. This is, like I said, kind of a big roll of the dice trying to get into 3.1 into a PTU. But they did release a patch, and it had gotten more stable, I had heard. But yeah, I'm just kind of getting a loading screen right now, so we'll just kind of see how that goes. Looking forward to it, that's for sure. All right, so we're waking up here in ArcCorp. That's where I decided that to just kind of start my journey. It's probably going to be a touch choppy. This is the PTU, and we are just going to make the best of it. That's our goal today, is just kind of have some fun, have a few chuckles, but most importantly, see if we can get to a point where we can actually use the Boremax. That's an important thing that I'd like to see happen. So cool. All right, so here we are. Squirrel, how you been? Cyrus Spooky. Don't forget key. For the ATC landing. Oh yeah, I should fit. It's funny. I wasn't planning on mapping my sticks or anything like that here in the PTU today. But I may just map a button for that, just for the heck of it. You're right, Cyber Spooky. I love that idea. I'll look into that in a few minutes. That's a great idea. That's probably the best quality of life feature that's in this patch. So, right off the bat, I can tell she's a touch choppy, but that's, to be expected. I don't even know, looking at kind of gear and all that stuff, I don't even know what I have in here. A few things, monocle and a top hat, it looks like. Is that what that is? That's a monocle. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's just some subscriber flair, it looks like. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nothing obviously, I think maybe I will just kind of for funsies. Because, why not lose it right off the bat? And I don't get to wear it very often, so this is what I'm going to do, you guys. I'm actually going to throw on my favorite suit of armor in Star Citizen. And that would be this stuff. This silver gray cat. Because if you're going to lose, your favorite armor, why not lose it right off the bat, right? So, anyways, yeah, here we are. ArcCorp, and like I said, the goal today is to take a Prospector, and to that end, actually, I'm going to run over and see if there's a Boremax over here in this place over here. Yeah, is to get a Prospector, put a Lancet on it, couple of Brants, FLTRXL, and get a Boremax mining gadget. That's the one that's going to be, potentially give me the most. A biggest attempt at maybe breaking the biggest rock I can and trying to get out, there and see what size rock I can break with a Boremax. But I definitely want to have some Brants on board. Hey, Square Lord says, I joined someone else for a play session yesterday. We both streamed and did a lot of Quantanium mining. Then a little PvP and a mission. That was the longest play session I did in a very long time. That sounds like a lot of fun, Squirrel. I hope you had a blast doing that. I did a little mining myself yesterday in the evening. It was kind of nice. Like a couple of org mates were just kind of flying around in the mole, and all I did was sit in the mole laser all night long and just kind of have some fun and helped mine. And it was really nice, not necessarily being at the sticks. I kind of, drank a couple wobbly pops last night and just kind of enjoyed it. So that was fun. All right, I just was going to look in here. Oh, yeah, we got the new. Yes, there are some. See? Yes, this is what I was talking about. This is awesome, you guys. Right off the bat, I wanted to get. So here is what we're looking for. I'm going to buy one of those. Actually, I'm going to buy several of these. How much money? I got lots of money. I'm going to buy +5. Ooh, I like this. Whatever, I'll buy 11 of them. I know I can't, I'll have to see how they move into the thing. Now there's wave shift as well. There's different ones here. I'll just buy some of these too. I don't, we'll get crazy. Cool. Well, this is already, I'm glad I ran over this way. This is already a success. Jazzy Cat, how are you? And Chris, how are you? So yeah, I'll buy some of these too. Why not? I mean, So the other thing is I was going to look to see if they had do they have Lancet size one? Now, that doesn't matter. I know that I'm going to head over to Arc L1 because they're going to have the things I'm looking for, I think, for the most part. Murlorg says, finally, it's not a +1 or max amount. Yeah, that's kind of cool, man. This new binding, this new UI looks really good too. It looks slick for sure. I like it. So cool. All right, well we're already off to the races here. So let's go grab the Prospector, and I think I'm gonna have to throw some of these mining gadgets here. I think I probably need to sort, right? See, I'm just kind of curious where they end up. Are they in? Oh, there's placeholder there. Vehicles. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I got some bulldogs and some things in my weapons. Cool. Clothing. All right. Undersuits. I like it. I would imagine those things would have been in other, but I don't see them there. Let me just kind of turn off the filters, I guess. Oh, vehicles. Oh, there is a... Yeah, let's turn off the features, and I'll just kind of go through. I'm just looking for the Boremaxes and the stuff that I bought. Ah, they're there. Yep, that's awesome. I just wanted to make sure they were there. All right, without further ado, let's keep on moving here. Yeah, that's kind of fun, you guys. I mean, I wasn't sure about doing this, and so we'll have to see. Squirrel Lord says, I changed my mining head from my Prospector from a Helix to a Lancet yesterday. That was a good choice. And then Murlorg says, utility, question mark? No, I'm not sure about what you mean with utility. I will tell you, though, that is a good choice. I mean, that's the best choice you can make with, I agree with that 100%. Making that decision. The Lancet's just much more stable, specifically for Quantanium mining. I was wondering if I would pass the coffee vendor here, Chris Spade says, oh, I forgot the gadgets were dropping this patch. Awesome, don't blow yourself up. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. That's what everything today is about. Trying to get a mining gadget on a Prospector and trying to scan around, put a Boremax on a rock and see if we can get lucky. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to pull the Prospector. Then we're going to head over to Arc L1 because I definitely want to get a Lancet. I definitely want to get Brands and an FLTRXL. So then the Prospector. I'm not going to worry about the Quantum Drive. I'm not going to fly over and get one of those. But we'll at least get the Prospector kitted out like we normally fly it. Then we'll head over to Lyria and see if we can attach one of these mining gadgets to, to a rock and take a look. Now, we're going to be looking around for a rock that's, hopefully like around a 6300 or 6400. And see if that Boremax will allow us to do that one. So it's going to be an interesting day. I don't know. We could crash a bunch. We're just going to go with it. We're just going to ride it out. So Murlork says, I meant mining gadgets under utility maybe. Thank you. That's actually a really good point. Is it under utility? It's the one place I didn't click. And you know what, Murlork? Nicely done, sir. Thank you very much. That's excellent. Yeah, awesome. Sandy Claus, nice to see you. Yeah, PTU, you're right, Sandy. Ooh, the VK00 sold an Arc L1. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. I'll pick one of those up. That's a good idea, Murloc. I forgot that one was there. Excellent short range drive. The VK00, if you're doing short range loops, it's a brilliant drive. It's a great one. So really, Arc L1, I mean, it's got the Brands, it's got the FLTRXL, it has the Lancet, it's got the VK00. You really can kit out a Prospector nice just at Arc L1. I mean, it's a good gig. So yeah, here we go. We're just gonna cruise on over. And I'm assuming that I'll have Prospectors in the terminal. If not, we'll go fly and buy one. So either. With nothing stopping us today, except for maybe choppy PTU behavior. So we're gonna, I named the stream today "Mining Gadgets or Bust," and I mean it. We're gonna give it a heck of a try. And so far we're doing really good though. The stability's been okay, and we're just gonna try to make the best of it. So. Into the custom area as we go. I do have on my fancy Quicksilver Air Armor because let's lose that right off the bat. Yeah, we're gonna lose that. The only thing missing is a surge. Yeah, I'm really not gonna go with the surge today. Look at this, you guys. Oh, okay. I was about to say. Dang, look at this, you guys. This is crazy. Ooh, look at this. I have a Prospector. Really? I have an MPVU cargo, a Prospector, and a Constellation Taurus. Yeah, is this they know me? As if they know me. That's so funny. Your vehicle has been delivered to the wow, that new UI is cool, by the way. That is looking good. Amos, good morning, Amos. How you doing? Yeah, you're right, Murlork. You do have to head over to, I think it's HURL1 to pick up the surges. But other than that, the Stampedes are there too. Amos, how you doing this morning? Sandy says, I'm actually surprised I don't run into more people at Arc L1 or at Lyria. Actually, Arc L1, I have started to see more and more people at, but lots of times they're wearing a Hazard Grey Cat armor, so I'm wondering if I might know them. Murlork says the best of the ship in the game, the Argo cargo. Yeah, maybe. It definitely is a contender, so... Look at this. My favorite ship in the game. By a mile. I have so many hours in my old friend here. The Prospector. I honestly, truly, don't lose that giddy feeling when I'm climbing into this ship. Every time. I'm just thrilled to be climbing up this ladder and into the Prospector. I know that sounds probably a little bit maybe sad. But this is, it's just like an old friend. I just love this ship. So, we'll see if we can get this thing out of Area 18 and see if we can't get it over to where we need to go. Now, one thing I will say is I'm not mapping my sticks or anything like that. I'm not gonna mess with that stuff. I'm gonna kind of go old school, so this is gonna be interesting. Oh, I should be mapping that key right now, you guys. I should really do that. What would I map it as? I just caught myself reaching for my sticks to get out of here. So I'm definitely going old school here with the mouse and keyboard. That's all right though. We're not doing a whole lot of this and that today. Up we go. Yep. And it's daylight out, so we'll roll that we'll roll ourselves right towards the where we want to head to and spool it up. And as soon as we're out of here, we're out of here.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Murloc says, my first ship I ever bought in Game 2, the Prospector. Yeah, this ship has just been such a dream. I just love the canopy. I've made so much money. I probably, I'm probably have made somewhere between 50 and 100 million in this stupid thing. Flying it around and just loving every minute of it. I just kind of got the hooks in me pretty early with mining in this Star Citizen game. I mean, it was I fell hard and fast, that's for sure. The flying UI has changed a touch too, you're right. I mean, the one thing I also want to say, the UI, the Prospector UI, I don't know if you guys are noticing this, it looks crisp. I mean, that is it looks very crispy. I mean, it's good looking. I mean, having stared at a Prospector UI an awful lot in life, I can tell you that looks really good. So, good morning, Tina. How are you this morning? Or, you know what? I know, Tina, it's not morning for you, but Sandy Claus is saying mole. Coffee is delicious this morning, and you know what? We're not doing too bad. If we can get this thing touched down now in ArcL1. Oh, you know what I didn't do though, you guys? You know what? Nobody stopped me either. What didn't I do? I didn't load any of my Boremaxes into my Prospector before I left ArcL1. Before I left our Area 18. I just flew away. So, that's what I do. I'm terrible about that. There needs to be some kind of are you sure you're not forgetting something like UI that pops up when you're about to fly away from a place. You know? There needs to be something that says that. So we'll check for Boremaxes in ArcL1 and see if they're there. That, I don't know that they will be, but I'm not sure we'll get that blessed. We may have to fly back to Area 18 or to pick up the ones we bought. So that was hilarious. Tina says, blew up my mole entering Area 18 and found out the hard way that all the oh yeah, you do. When you crash, Tina, you lose all your mods. It's one of those things that happens. Mass, good morning, Mass. How you doing? Nice to see you. All right, we're going old school. I can't believe I forgot those silly. It's just. I was saying to a coworker the other day, it's like, man, I used to be able to remember so many details at work, and now if I don't write them down, man, it's here today, gone tomorrow. All right, we'll turn that off. We'll cruise in here. I really should set this landing button. And be lazy about it for now, though. And we'll fly on in here, and we're gonna get a Lancet. And we're going to get some Brants and an FLTRXL kitted on this Prospector. It's coming in hot. Oh, there. It just popped up. Alrighty. We'll drop some gear.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Trying to remember all the hotkeys here. Like I said, I'm not mapping my sticks, darn it. I'm not doing it. It takes too long. That's all right, though. All right, we're flying in here. Murlor says, no friends? Well, you know, on the 3.17, I just kind of thought I would really make it about the mining gadgets today. And just kind of gonna sneak through this if I can. So, my stars. Oh yeah, there we go. Alrighty. All right. Let's do a little bit of a post-flight here, like we do.
Have a pleasant stay.
Oh, this is different, you guys. I didn't realize this was a thing. Okay. Cool. Yeah, sounds like it's doing all that. Oh, cool. There was like a little piece of little extra UI there. It said refueling in progress and all that stuff. That's cool. I didn't quite catch that before I was jumping out of the seat. Yeah, 3 guys and 1 prospector. You know, Amos, I probably could do that. Amos is saying, can't you just kind of maybe copy over the binding file? You know, you may be able to do that, and but I didn't want to. You know, I just kind of wanted to keep it. I didn't want to get myself into some kind of a situation where it might get gnarly. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I definitely was just kind of trying to sneak in here without doing a whole lot of stick mapping today. And we're doing a pretty targeted thing, too. It's a great question, though. Whoa, hey. Man, if that elevator thing is still for real. That time it actually hit me, though. You know how, like, the elevators kind of phase through you on the way into the elevator shaft? That time it actually hit me in the back and moved me forward a little bit. So that was kind of interesting. So, got the physicalized magic, the magic elevators. All right, so we're going to have a little fun here. Yikes, we're not okay. Let's see, we weren't getting out of there at first. These terminals are sweet looking, you guys. These things are cool looking.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle.
So we are going to store our prospector. Cool, and it went to retrieve. Now we're going to head downstairs, and I am going to buy the Lancet, Brantz, and FLTRXL, and we're going to get this guy kitted out. We may have to fly back to Area 18 so I can remember my... And we may not even have to land. Just kind of get in the area where I can just grab some... I don't know how that works, you know. We'll head down to the refinery here. And give it a try and see how we do. Amos said, yeah, the elevators at the refinery are the worst. They can't be, that's for sure. So, well, you know what? I will say this already. I mean, and I'm going to find a piece of wood to knock on here. But, you know, so far, things have gone smoother than I expected, to be honest with you, up to this point. You know, there's no question that, you know, it can go south, or we'll have, you know, wouldn't surprise me if we have a laugh or two, or a 30K or something. You know, but so far things are going okay. So we'll take it. Cruising along here. Here's where we're gonna come in here and purchase our Brant, our you know, a bunch of Brants and a bunch of what we normally kit the Prospector with.
Hey, back again, I see.
What am I doing here? I'm not bringing in a refining job. I'm talking to you guys, and ooh, look at this, you guys.
Hi, good to have you back.
Ooh, I like it. This is fun.
Look around. We've got a pretty good selection.
All right. So here, yep. Look at this. It's like, this is. I love this. This is great. I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of you. I'm gonna go 5. Sure. Okay. And then there should be maybe the FLTRXL. Ooh, the Boremaxes are here too. That's awesome, you guys. I'm gonna buy, you know, a bunch of those. I'm super happy about that I don't have to fly back to. Ooh, they got the stalwarts here too. These are cool too. These are resistance droppers as well. I was the ones that are that drop the resistance. Now instability, that Sabir is a nice one. And I do wonder. I'm actually going to buy some of these. I wonder if you can actually stick two different consumables on there as well. So this is going to be fun. I'm going to monkey around with that. I got the brands. I am looking now for an FLTRXL. Okay. Just need one of those. But I'll buy two just to keep it real. Murlorg says, yay, it's not just clothing anymore. Amos says, I hate that you can only spawn 3 things. Wish I could spawn all my 20-ish golf carts and park them in the seat too. Yeah, that's exactly right. So I hear what you're saying, Amos. Hey, you guys. Well, this is cool. Now, if I could just manage to not fly off this station and leave my Boremaxes. Holy mackerel! What is going on here? Interesting. There's definitely some new stuff happening here. So, oh yeah, I'm going to go get the VK00, but for now, I am going to do this. Oh, I didn't buy the Lancet yet. See how scattered I am? I need to buy the Lancet. Alright, so is that in here as well? Yeah, that's the guy right there. Awesome. I really do like Arc L1. I mean, it's at least its facilities are fantastic, so... Alright, so we want to come back here, select the Prospector, go to Utility. We're definitely going Lancet, save changes. Then I'm going to put the FLTRXL in this top module, and a Brant here, and a Brant here. And this is kind of my normal kit, you guys, that I absolutely almost always fly with, as you guys know. And then I'm going to run upstairs. I am going to get a VK00, and then I'm going to go pull this thing and try and remind me not to fly off the pad without loading up those Boremaxes and that type of thing. So keep me honest. Murloc says, yeah, stick like 10 mods on that rock and increase the optimal charge. So it's, yeah, I'll try and make it all green, just this one giant green block. Look at that. Am I taking that? You guys are. I don't know if you're seeing this, man. The elevator is just knocking the crap out of me as it's going by. It's hilarious. How about it? Maybe I should buy some med pens. Oh, I should set my imprint here for sure. That's another thing I'm gonna do. I'm going to set my imprint here, because yeah, the UI does look really cool. This is I'm actually having a lot of fun doing this today. I wasn't sure how it would work, so I am so excited to try. I really had promised myself, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret, that I was not going to do exactly what I'm doing right now. That I wasn't going to do this. I just could not stop myself. I'm just like, look. The mining community is going to like if they can go back and see these things in some kind of action. And so, yes, Murlorc, I'm going to head up and get a VK00. I'm going to set my imprint first. Ooh, these have changed, you guys. This is not the same as it used to be. Which is fine. They said that they mentioned in these that they were going to have different ones. Look at that. That's cool. This is sweet looking in here now. And here's where I'm gonna, I'm gonna white knight just a touch. There's always this nothing's getting changed or whatever. It's just not the, this is completely and utterly different. All right, so I transferred this. Might as well. I am gonna be getting out of my. I'm gonna buy a few of these. I am definitely gonna be getting out of my. I'm gonna buy a med gun too. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. That area is huge now. It's so big. It's like a full-scale, medical facility there. And we're gonna head up to the gallery. I am gonna pick up a VK00. Guys are all lined up at attention there. It's always a bit creepy, but we'll keep it moving. We know why that happens. It's never not creepy. Yeah, VK00 mode. I will see if ArtCorp, if there are sidearms. You know, one of the things about ArtCorp is it never did sell a sidearm. Now, as a miner, I don't usually, honestly, carry a big old heavy rifle on my back. Not to say that I wouldn't have one stored in the ship, but I definitely like a sidearm on my hip. And I'm just curious if they're going to sell a sidearm here. So there's the P4 shotgun, P8. Oh, there's med pens here. I didn't realize that. That's kind of cool. There's Coda pistol magazines. Let's see if I can choose category personal weapons. MISC. Okay. Personal weapons subcategory personal weapons. Okay, yeah, so yeah, there's still no sidearms here, and that's fine. I was just kind of curious. There are grenades, though. Amos is saying, I don't know if picking the modules back up is going to be worth the time. Joey Goodwin says, oh, Lord, you done went and pulled the trigger on the PTU morning. Yeah, I did, Joey. You're right, man. I totally did. Oh, yeah. What am I... I came up here to buy, I came up here to find the VK00. I think the Platinum Bay is up this way. It's been a minute. We'll wander the station. That's the food court. So it's definitely not that way. I thought for a minute, when I looked down this way, I thought this was going to be the food court, but it's not. There's Platinum Bay right there. So this is where I'm buying a VK00. Probably down here at the bottom, I'd imagine, maybe. Choose category systems. Choose category quantum drives. Yes, buy. Buy? Okay. Ooh, success. Cool. Now that felt a touch laggier. Oops, I'm not doing this. I am doing this. I am going to swap out this and right here for a VK00. So we've really now got this thing kitted out. Let me kind of hit these here. I'm going to pop these on my side. I'm going to throw... Do I have a sidearm on? I do. I didn't even know I had one on. You know what, you guys? I probably am being silly. I probably should have bought a... I hate to say this, but I probably will run down and at least get myself a multi-tool. Who knows? You know, I may need one while I'm out there. What do you... I'm debating with myself. Yeah, I'll just take them. It'll be a quick ride. I'll go get one. Bellios! How you doing, Bellios? Hey, Bellios. You know, I think... oh, you probably knew that. I think we've talked about it before. We did it. Bellios is the one who suggested we put suggested a feature for QuantCalc. It's slipping my mind exactly what that feature was. But we did implement it, so it was one of those things where Bellios asked for a feature. We put it in there on it. How you been, Bellios? It's nice to see you. Murlork says, where's the good old double barrel? Get off my... Yeah, I definitely should have the old man stick for sure. The double barrel. So we're getting kitted here, you guys. This is great. We're getting the Prospector all kitted out. The get off my lawn stick. That's awesome. I should have picked one of these. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, I could slip by that person. Sometimes they're in the door there. Awesome. Cool. We are looking now for... Let's just kind of go... I bet you it's MISC. Nope. Personal weapons. Yeah, that's where it's going to be. Boom. We're going to buy you. Buy. Okay. I'll buy one of each of these. I don't know why. It's kind of my OCD. I always buy all these things. but this is the one I want the most. All right. Cool. All right, so we're going to inventory here. This thing I normally put on my hip somewhere else, so hold on. Yeah, that's where that guy blew. And then I want the tractor beam attachment. Yep, that looks great. I'm going to sneak this over here, and this over here, and these over here. Can I put one of these in here? Nope. 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 And then I'll put this right here. This is kind of starting to look like myself. This is great. Bellia says, been great. Mined up enough to get my Connie Taurus dream ship to support my surface mining operations. Absolutely adore the Constellation Taurus. I really think it's in a great place. You know, it's mean. It's got teeth. As those size, you know, size 2 size 5, 2 size 4s, or 4 size 4s. Either way is good. It's got plenty of missiles. 174 SCU. It's a bit of a gunboat, but she hauls quite a bit of Quantanium. And quite on, look at that, you guys. I'm telling you, the elevator's beating the crap out of me. It's so funny. Elevator's just pounding. So yeah, just adore the Connie Taurus. It's a great ship. Ace Hambone says good morning. Hey Ace, how you doing? Good. How you doing? Chris says, I wonder if you can pick up the mining gadget with the tractor beam. Yeah, we'll monkey around a little bit with some of that stuff. So now I'm going to attempt to go out to the Prospector and load a bunch of mining gadgets on the Prospector. So we don't necessarily want to forget those. So I'm going to try and keep that front and center in my, you know, in my very, very small amount of L2 cache I have upstairs. So I might want to pull the Prospector.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
All right, we'll retrieve this guy.
Stand by.
Squirrel says, I use my cat for hauling mined and refined goods. Oh, man, the Caterpillar's a great ship. Love the Caterpillar. Yeah, can't think highly enough of the cat. I also have I do have an M2, which that thing is really good in atmosphere as well. I love hauling with my M2. And really, the progression in my mind, you know, is if you really just want to get a hauler right out of the gate, it's a little bit cheaper. You know, a Freelancer Max is a good place to start. I mean, obviously, you know, if you have a Prospector, you may rent a Cuddy Black and kind of 1-to-1 it, or, you know, but, you know, really that Freelancer Max is, you know, around 2.1, and I think the Taurus is a little over 3. You know, but those are the ships that I definitely would kind of pick, and then eventually work your way up to one of those bigger guys. So I am gonna remember to do it this time. I'm going to remember to put those Boremaxes on board this ship. So this is interesting, you guys. We're getting to the point now. So, you know, we've got you know, we've got the Prospector kitted out exactly how we would normally kit it. We're now going to move in. We're moving some Boremaxes into the vehicle storage because, you know, these are critical for our operations here. And I think I'm just going to grab a bevy of them. 6. I'll just buy more of them if we need them. So I'm going to bring, yeah, that's cool that you can fit this many of these in here. So, and then I'm going to grab some of these guys here. Now, I will leave one in inventory there. I want to make sure. Just in case I can't get them again. Cool. And then there's, oh, did I not put the FLTR XL on there? Dude, I could have swore I did that. That's weird. Let's take a look, see what we got. Load Boremax. Oh, I need to put one of those. I need to put one of those on me too. Hold on though. I am going to do this real quick. I'm going to hit M. Yeah, it's kitted. And Brant and brand. So look at that, too. They cleaned up the UI where it's not broken anymore. You can actually see all of your consumables. That's cool, you guys. I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to, so I don't forget and get out of my ship, I'm actually going to put one of those. I think you can attach those to your back, is what I recall. Let's just kind of go back here and do that. Let's go here. I'm actually going to go to the vehicles. And do you just equip that? Boom. Yeah, there it is. Look at that, you guys. It's fire. We got a mining gadget on our back. How fire is that? That's awesome. All right, we're ready now. And now we get to go do our favorite thing in life, in the Star Citizen universe, and that's go do a little mining. So, off we go. Bring the gear up, kind of pull forward. I'm gonna spool this drive, and off we head towards Lyria with all of our normal kit and some and a way to potentially. Oh, no power. Oh, that's right. That's right, you guys. You gotta, when you swap out your. Wait a minute.
Thank you.
That is weird, though. I swapped out my quantum. Oh, that's right. I gotta turn on the power of my Let's do that. It's power, items. This guy. There we go. You have to spool up your old. Turn on the power on your. Off to ArcCorp we go. So here we go. Shane Francis saying gadgets are now live. They're in the PTU, Shane, and so that's why I've got one on my back. I logged in. I put on my, I put on some armor. I got my Prospector. I got it kitted out. I've got an FLTRXL. I've got 2 brands on board. I have tons of Boremaxes on board. We are headed out now to try these mining gadgets, you guys. Yeah, so they're in the PTU. We're just testing them. Amos says, Squirrelord says, I put almost 2 mil worth of aftermarket parts for my cat. 2 friends haul my cat for ERT missions. We've killed many hammerheads. Invest in your SIPs and it will pay in the long run. I agree with that. Obviously there's a huge difference between a ship and a ship that's well kitted. Couldn't agree more with Squirrelord there. Amos says, just shoot my C2 with the tank. Did not notice the damage looks so cool when you shoot the paint off. Yeah. Those tank guns are serious. Redemption says, hey, how you doing, sir? Those cat size 4 turrets are no joke. Yeah, they're not a joke. That's absolutely true. Mike Hunt, how you doing, Mike? Good morning, Mike. He says, hey, how's it going? Ace Hambone says, well, all inevitable changes come for every ship. Ship loadouts, nerfing maneuverability. It's hard to rank the ships. Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, everything's transitory right now, or transient or whatever. And, couldn't agree more with that, Ace. I mean, there's always today and then what tomorrow will be. And then, so you just kind of play Star. My advice is whatever the meta is today, play it today. Of course, there is really no planning for the future because of rebalancing and that type of thing. I'm going to say right now, though, here's one thing I really am liking about 317 so far. And who knows if it will stay that way. But the UI seems crisp. I mean, the ASOP terminals are crisp. This particular Prospector UI is crisp. I mean, it looks good. I mean, it's surprisingly good. Shane Francis, super. Hope it goes well. Yeah, so guys, here we go. We're headed towards Lyria now. We've got a Boremax. We are going to look specifically for something that's around, 6,200, 6,300. And that has a little bit of Quantanium in it. So we are going to be a little selective here. I'm really kind of here to test a specific use case. So, it's one of those things where, we're going to have to be a touch selective. So there's that place. There's that. Was this Orphanage? No, that's Shubin at 247. We'll do that right there. SPAL2. We're spooling. Awesome. So yeah, I'm super excited. I'm serious. I'm bubbling over with excitement with this mining gadget on my back as we're approaching Lyria. I could not be more just completely peppered up to do this. It's great. Oh, you guys. Sometimes, you know, I think I'm like mining maybe a little more than a human should. So, anyways, you know me. I'm going to pivot back towards the sun. We're going to take this guy in. We're going to get below the get below the cloud line. It's interesting. The altimeter is all 118. So I don't know if you guys can see that. Everything on the on the alt meter is the altitude meter. It's 118. Now I'm going down to 118. There's another 118. Guys, just so you know, my altitude for the entire trip on Lyria, no matter where I'm at, is 118.85. That's all right. I mean, if that's the worst of it we find, then we're not going to worry about it. So we're active pinging. Oh, hey, there's some. That's funny. You know, there was things that was like 3,000 out that weren't showing up, but I active pinged and now they are. What's going on? Where are the rock icons? This is awesome, you guys. It's so funny. What's happening? All right, so we'll fly over here. You know, obviously we don't know if the meta still continues on. It is just one rock there. Okay, so you have to get real close to get rock icons now. That's interesting. So we're just gonna kind of cruise over stuff and wait till we have more than. I mean, yeah, they're not becoming rock icons till you're right on top of them. That's an interesting change and not something I necessarily expected. Which is no big deal. Let's see here. Bellio says SALT is a gold mine, only place to go. Yeah, I like SAL2. Chris Bates says, yes, the UI looks way better. I can finally see all of it. That's awesome, Chris. It does. You know, like, I've probably mentioned to you guys before, I play at 1440p, but stream at 1080. Obviously, it's, you know, less bandwidth or whatever. I will say, yeah, it looks way cleaner, way better. It does. Cyber Spooky says, nearly got griefed in my M2 after a quant delivery. 3 ships with distortions killed my power temporarily, and I slammed into the planet, bounced, came back, and got out of there. Woo! Yeah, the M2s, they're durable. They're not terrible. You know, they're durable ships. Bellia says, good to know, Squirrel. I'm the worst at dogfighting. Have never really done a lot of bounty hunting. Hoping the Taurus lets me check out that game loop. Yeah, you can bounty hunt in the Taurus for sure. You can. So this is interesting. You know, it's not quite the same meta as we're used to in 3.16. You kind of got to fly on top of the rocks in order to get rock icons to pop. Now that could, you know, now that's necessarily not, I'm not saying that's the gospel, you know, but that's the way it's behaving now. So we're going to keep on cruising here. We're looking around specifically for Quantanium, and specifically for Quantanium that is, you know, a certain mass. If it's anything over what the Lancet can normally do, I'm going to go put a Boremax on it and give it a try. I wonder if I'm going to focus to apparently 179, and we'll do that. Make me laugh. That normally says 180. Squirrel says, my cat has all grade A military parts. The pilot has 2 sucker punch distortion cannons, and 2 deadbolt ballistic cannons, all size 3. The turrets have all size 4 attritions. That sounds like a mean caterpillar to me. All right. Well, now those rock icons popped up, or, you know, at least the white part of them popped up a little further. I have not seen any doublers at all, you guys. And, you know, like, I don't know. Maybe they've gotten rid of that meta. So we're just kind of cruising along here. Maybe I will start going in and looking at singles just to kind of look how the scan results work. You know, that's actually a good point. I wonder if I can actually... Is this working better? Like, here I see this rock at that distance. I'm trying to scan it. I'm holding down the scan button. Just an interesting thing to think about. Has this gotten better? what distance can I get scan results here? I can see the rock. Still no scan results. Now I've got a rock icon. Do I get scan results? Still no scan results. No big deal. I'll pop the mining laser out and we'll go and look at it. Now that's a granite deposit. So just kind of taking a look at my first rock here. Ah, there's the scan results. Yeah, the UI does look really good. It's not really telling me composition though. That's interesting. I hit it with the laser one time and oh boy, it came up pretty quickly though. Interesting. Alright, we're going to continue on. We're going to keep moving here. Keeping it moving. We are looking for some Quantanium. And we're going to keep our search going here. Quantanium that is anything north of, you know, of 6,000 mass is basically what we're shooting for. And it's funny, I have not seen any doublers or any clusters at all. Now, that's no big deal. I mean, it just could be, you know, the way it is or whatever. All right. Belios says, or Squirrel says, at Belios, all Connies are really good. I just don't like the support beam in the middle of the viewport. Yeah, that's definitely something that I think definitely needs a rework, is the way that the canopies are laid out. For sure. That could be a little bit cumbersome. Yeah, just single rocks, you guys. Everywhere singles, which is fine. Just kind of getting a visual on this rock here. It's a nice deposit. Just kind of wanted to check out this. Look how fast you get the scanner. That's pretty amazing. It's faster than it used to be. We're going to keep heading towards the sun so we don't kind of travel over the same ground. And, you know, we're going to keep on searching here. That's the most important. The other thing is I was kind of curious about in 317, which I'll mention it to you guys, is how quickly we burn through hydrogen. Because, you know, some ships don't have fuel scoops anymore. And I don't know, you know, I mean, we seem to be doing okay so far. But it is something to keep an eye on, you know, how quickly we chew through our hydrogen, because there has been a fuel rework as well. Just another single rock. Now, does the scan result work at all? I mean, I can see, I'm putting the thing right on it and holding it down. Oh, finally it's scanning. Oh. It's a really exacting process, it looks like, you guys. I can see what a yellow outlines it wants to do it, but... not getting any scan results. Yeah, we'll open up the old... It's another nice deposit. We'll keep moving. Nice. Alright. Alright, so there's another single rock. I think I'm going to fly. I'm going to pick up my speed. And I'm going to fly for a little while and see if there are any indication of any kind of doublers or clusters or whatever. Because we haven't seen any of that stuff so far. Some opportunities up this way. Let's see what we got. Alright, so we got the gadgets on board. We're just looking for the right thing to stick them on. And, you know, and of course, everybody knows, you know, the one thing I will say is, who mines, you know the Lancet, if it's over 5,500, it gets slow. If it's over 5,900, it's darn near impossible without, you know, special kit. So it's really that 6,000, 6,500. I mean, obviously, would hope that maybe you could even go up to a 7,000. But in my mind, I think, it's that edge case, the 6,200, the 6,400. If it can just pull off those, that would already significantly improve your chances. There's lots of times I run into like a 6,100 at 40%. And that's you're not breaking that without the right kit. There's a lot of single rocks, you guys. I have not seen one doubler at all. Not one time have I seen more than one rock together. Go in here and take a look at this guy. Beautiful. It looks beautiful, though. I mean, everything's looking good. That is definitely not Quantanium. Seems like there was some over this way. Again. Interesting. We'll keep it moving here. As you guys know, normally, anything over 2 rocks on Lyria is Quantanium. Now, I've just, first trip down to Lyria here, and I have not seen more than 2 rocks together yet. I can't imagine that they'd completely get rid of the entire cluster meta. That would be, something that would be strange. So I'm sure, I'm not terribly worried about that. I do think it's, I haven't seen any doublers at all either. So, it's no big deal. Just kind of a curiosity of mine at this point. Very cool. Looks like Squirrel and Ace are having a conversation. Nice. About refueling. Beautiful, beautiful Lyria. Looking for something to mine. I guess at this point, I'm going to have to go in on, I'm not seeing a whole lot of opportunities, and no doublers or no, no clusters on Lyria so far. So I think what I'm going to have to do is just kind of come down here and just start looking at single rocks. So that is no big deal, and we'll start doing it. That's a nice deposit, so we know that's not what we're looking for. We'll leave the mining laser out for just a sec here as we fly over to this one. And we are going to try and find the right rock to test this mining gadget I have on my back with. That's what we're doing. We're looking for a certain size Quantanium rock. And I was hoping to just kind of, do what we normally do, find some doublers or anything that's a cluster, but haven't seen any of that. That's an obsidian deposit. Yep, we're gonna keep it moving. A couple of active pings hit over this way. I do like the fact that it does seem like the pings are at more of a distance. Although the distance at which you have to approach them to see the rock icons now is a little different. At least in this particular stream. That is definitely not Quantanium. That's not Quantanium. I'm just going to start kind of doing some visuals here. Hey, there's some diamonds. Hananite, if you will. Taking a look at this guy here. That's definitely not. That's obsidian. Yep. All right. We'll keep heading back towards the sun. Looks like the hydrogen fuel is holding out pretty good. You know, even with the rework. Beautiful area right here. Oh, that's look at that. That was those were gems right there. Beautiful, like right between the in that little valley there was cool. Lyria looks fantastic. It really does. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and Drac. Good morning, Drac. How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, there are new toys. I have one on my back. We're all kitted out and ready to rock here if we can find a rock, so to speak, to put these things on. So a little bit of change in the meta here, you guys. Definitely, I have not seen one doubler, and I haven't seen one Quantanium rock since I started looking at singles. So it's going to be interesting. That's another nice deposit. It's not going to do it for us. This is awesome. Yeah, we're going to hopefully find something to try these mining gadgets on. Yes, need more coffee. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly right. Now, as most of you guys know, if you like mining content, this is a really good channel where we just kind of very blue collar our way through all this stuff. You know, just nothing pretentious. You know, so lots of times you guys teach me. So if you do like mining content in Star Citizen, I do like to ask now and then that you that you like and sub. It brings more people to the channel, which is really great. And we have a really nice community here that answers a lot of questions for people. So Shane Fran says, this looks like a nightmare. Or a mole. Yeah. Alright, we're just going to kind of keep looking at singles here. This is a granite deposit. Valio says, anecdotal perhaps, but I always find more rocks where the ground is gray, not much where it's white. You know what? I'm with you on that. I think I'm gonna give it another couple of minutes here, and then I may go look for a different spot. You know, but it's okay. I mean, it's interesting to me that I haven't seen any doublers or any clusters at all. There's lots of single rocks, but none of them, as I started looking at singles, not one of them has been Quantanium either. Now, I will say there's been such a quant rush on Lyria. Maybe they're changing the meta a bit, you know, and that would be all right. You know, kind of forcing you to go to different places. And they may have decided that people are making too much money mining. You never know. I hope that's not the case. That's obsidian. I will say, I don't, you know, like, I hope that you're not going to have to get this close to rocks to get there. That's granite. There's a lot over here. Tina says, I'm going to do, Chris says, if you like, you took my line. I saw Tina says, going to do some packed deliveries. Nice, that's awesome. Deliveries are always fun, relaxing. Drax says, how do I go about getting adopted by a rich person who finances my entry? And yeah, that's a great question. We all need a sugar person to kind of to help us along in this game. It's a granite deposit. Pull the laser back out. There's a rock there. Just check it real quick while we're going by. That's a nice deposit. We'll keep on moving here. So yeah, I mean, we have everything on board. We're kitted, we've got Brants, we've got FLTRXL, we've got a Boremax on our back. We just got to find the rock that we want to try to stick the thing on. And I definitely wanted to, you know, we Quantanium mine all the time. So I'm looking for a Quantanium rock that is over 6,000 mass. That's a halfway decent percentage. I haven't found one Quantanium rock since we got the Lyria here in 317. Or any doublers or any clusters. So it's going to be interesting. Squawko, welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. How do I get rid of a crime stat? Please help. Well, of course, being killed is one way. But Squawko, you can head over to Grimhacks, pick up, I think they're called Tiger Claws or something along those lines, and you can then go to a security post and you can clear your crime stat. So I'm sure there are lots of people on the channel who can kind of, you know, give you a better synopsis than I just did. But that's basically it. There's a key that you buy at Grimhacks, and you have to go to Grimhacks now that you have the crime stat. You could have owned them already. But there's a key that you go to a security post, and there's a computer in there where you can actually insert the key and go through a process where you can get rid of your crime stat. They're called Tiger Claw hacking keys. Thank you, Nan. I appreciate that. You know, and we're going to see here, you guys. It's definitely Lyria. You know, maybe they've decided that Lyria, like I said, was too much of a gold rush, and they've changed it. Or, you know, obviously this is just a single session here on in the PTU, so we don't want to necessarily say this is the new thing, but it is interesting. I mean, not one Quantanium rock I found, and not one cluster, not one doubler. Everything obsidian, you know, or nice. And you know, I really, you know, this use case was really was the best place. And I'll fly over to Walla in a little while. I mean, I'm going to fly up to an orbital marker in a little bit. And there's a granite deposit. I'll definitely fly up to an orbital marker here in a little bit and see if they... Yeah, I agree, Cyber Spooky. Let's do that. Cyber Spooky says, time to move to a different area. I don't disagree with that at this point. I mean, I've definitely looked at enough rocks to know that something's fishy going on with the Quantanium. We'll kind of look for a orbital marker. That looks like it's one lifting out of the horizon there. And we'll go look someplace else and see if we can find some Quantanium. Yeah, here's OM4. We'll head towards OM4 real quick. Awesome. So here we go back again. We're just going to pick another spot someplace down in here. Let's just kind of look around here. Yeah, we'll head down to Wheelers there. So yeah, we've really had a fun day so far. I mean, we haven't hit any snag. I mean, we woke up in ArcCorp, we threw on some armor, we got ourselves fully kitted, the Prospector fully kitted, flew to Arc L1, fully kitted it, got Boremaxes on board. We're really in a good position to kind of find a Quantanium rock and test it with the Boremax. It's just The one thing that I wasn't counting on was not being able to find any Quantanium on Lyria whatsoever. Literally 0 rocks of Quantanium. So, you know, it's not. I don't think. I definitely there's nothing. There's not too much we want to read into here. It's just It's just a PTU. I will say I do find it interesting that I've seen no doublers at all. But you know that could change here coming down into the area again. It is interesting. You know that's what's happening. My alt meter still says everything is 118. We'll just kind of we'll use some visuals for that thing. And yeah, let's just kind of come down here and see if we can find something to mine. Hey, look at that, you guys. So changing, just like that, everything changes on a dime, and we found our first cluster. Now that doesn't necessarily mean it's Quantanium if the meta's changed, but there it is, right there. So I will give it to Cyber Spooky. Cyber, you called it, brother. You said, hey, let's go someplace else. Now let's go ahead and we'll hope this is Quantanium. I mean, the meta has always been that anything that's a cluster on Lyria is Quantanium. And this is what we're here for. And it looks like Quantanium to me. So great. So this is a Quantanium deposit. This is what we're looking for. Now we're looking for a mass that's, you know, that's going to be, and a percentage that's an acceptable amount. So we got some opportunities here. This is a 3133. This is going to be a 2%er. Looks like a nice size rock. A 5795 at 16%. 4 more opportunities here. This is a 6592. Interesting. There's a 2400. That's at 26%. Got a couple more rocks here. I might just try that 6500 just for funsies. You know, that would kind of give me an idea. You know, it's not going to be quite as unstable as a bigger rock. There's a 5700. So I think it's this guy, right? This guy here. This was a 6500. Only a 2%er though. So you know, it's not going to be a great use case. There's a 55. So I think I will, just for fun, because we're here to look at the mining gadgets. It is only a 2% Quantanium rock, so its instability is not going to be, it's not going to be very telltale. I think I can actually set down right here, almost right by it. Here's a kind of a flat spot. Let me N out and do this here. We're going to kind of wiggle our way down. We're going to in between these rocks. Man, this is so beautiful. We're just going to kind of ease ourselves down here and see how this goes. It's a nice soft landing, I hope. Yeah, nicely done. It is a little, no, she's cleared just fine. So, yeah. I'm going to turn off the engines. I'm going to hit Y to back out of the chair. And we're going to go do this. We're going to go throw one of these guys on here. So, you know, it's one thing I will say is I don't know if I remember what rock it is. You know, we'll have to see. I think it's at the, I really do think it's at the 12 o'clock, you know, the 12 o'clock of the, so out we go onto the planet surface, I think. Yep. And so this is kind of what it's all about, you guys. I don't think it was this one. I can't remember if these can scan these or not. Maybe if I had the, I thought it was, I don't think it was this one. I thought it was that one. You know, I wonder if let me do this. I wonder if I put on the ore cutting attachment. If it would give me a scan. Belios, the reason I did that is because if you look here on my back, I have a thing I'm going to attach to the rock. See that thing right there? It's called a Boremax. It's going to help me actually crack a bigger rock. I want to make sure I got the right rock, you guys. This is just silly of me. I should have been kind of made a better mental note. And so, but I'm just going to go in here real quick. I'm going to put the ore attachment on. I think that's going to allow me just to scan the rocks by hand. But while I'm up here, probably what I should do is just kind of lift off real quick with the Prospector. Just make sure I know which rock it is and then stop being silly about this. It's interesting how you kind of lose perspective. I mean, you do. You'll definitely lose perspective when you get on the ground. It's a whole different world out there when you're on the ground wandering around. So I'm going to turn on the engines. Up we're going to go. Yep, and I'm just going to turn this guy around. We're going to pull out the mining laser. And I was going to put it on that one right there. Would that have been right? It would have been right. Okay, so that's fine. I was looking at the right rock. I just wanted to make sure of that. So, all right, so let's kind of set this guy back down. All right, we know what rock we're doing now. So yeah, this is one of those real awesome moments, and where you kind of, it's a first. I've never attached one of these. I have no idea how it's going to go. I think I have to equip the thing. I definitely am looking right at the rock now. That's definitely the intended target. Now I got to do this. Wonder if I have to, or maybe like this and hit F. How do I get this thing off my back? I guess. Can I equip it? What is the meta to get this thing on my back? Oh, I think it's. I think I remember reading it's 5. Like you hit 5 on the keyboard, or 4. It's supposed to be 5. Yes, there it is. All right, you guys. Now I don't know if there's some way to attach it. What do we do to attach the rock here? I'm hitting F. Oh, hold on. Place. Oh no, it's placed, I guess. Let's look at the UI here. Oh, it doesn't seem like it's placed, but let's just kind of begin moving around this stuff. Oh, here's where we mess around with this. Okay, I think we're trying to get this. Oh, I'm already at 87%, so well, I can activate it there. I'm going to mess around with it a little bit, though. 96, 97. Ooh, there was a 97. Hold on. Ooh, 98. Hold on. All right. Oh, 97. I want to slide this guy a little bit. See if I can get the 98 out of it. What about, am I going for 100? I think 98 is going to be fine. All right, it's activated. So we did it. We got one activated there, you guys. And that's a 6,500 mass. It's only a 2%er. Obviously for posterity, I figured, we have lots of Boremaxes on our back. We'll throw another one on our back. But we're going to see if, this is going to, even with the instability this low, we're going to see now if this is going to give us an indicator. Are we going to be able to put weight, now am I going to be able to enter this guy? Are we going to be able to? I had a moment there. I was like, hey, that's awful high up there. So Dale Denny, welcome to the channel. Dale, not a name I recognize. What do mining gadgets do? And is it for Prospector or hand? It's for Prospector mining, Dale. And what they do is, go ahead and equip one of those. So I have another one on my back. They, this particular one is called the Boremax. And I'll show you guys. It reduces the instability. Pardon me. It reduces, I keep saying instability. I mean resistance. It reduces the resistance of the rock by 75%. Now, it also does slow down the optimal charge rate and increases the overcharge rate. So we'll have to make sure we stay out of overcharge. Now, one of the things that I had noticed is, is it definitely can be, even with, we'll probably have to fire a Brant on first break with this thing. So it's just one of those things, that's what they do. Okay, you guys, so here we go. I'm going to pull up the gear. I'm going to pull out the mining laser. And we're going to see if we can crack this 6500 because we have negative 75% resistance on it. So I'm coming in here. I'm going to try and not hit the thing specifically. Oh, wow, kind of a weird... Now I am going to go ahead and do what I normally do, which is I'm going to go kind of put the UI in the sun, or in the shade, so I can see it better. So bear with me here. I want a little more contrast on the... That's perfect. Let me loosen up my laser. I'm at an optimal range. Now, this is a 6500. I would never have been able to crack a 6500 before. So let's just go ahead and look. Right off the bat, I'm telling you the charge level's doing better than it would have ever done on a 6500 mass. We'll see if it falls out or if I can actually build energy into this thing. This is a huge... If I can actually get a charge level into this thing, and I will say it's going up. I'm going to go ahead and get it a little closer, 7-8. I'm really surprised by this, you guys. I'm hoping that this thing will do a 6500. We're just going to kind of sit here and watch. This is kind of why this is the whole reason I did the stream today. I attached the Boremax. This is a 6500 62 mass rock. It's only a 2%er, so it doesn't have a wild instability. It's 2.59. I could fire a Brant. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to go ahead and see if we can build energy into this thing. Now we'll do a little bit of a rotate on this guy and see if we kind of can drive energy into it more. Look, this is already a very, very good sign, though. I mean, we're building energy into a 6500. The 5900 was the top before. I mean, you would want to crawl under your desk and cry. I cracked a 5924. It was like 10-15 minutes it took. This is almost a 6600 mass rock. So this is good news, you guys. This is fantastic. We're building heat into this thing. I am super stoked about this. This is fun. Wow. Ace Hambone says asteroid mining halving the EVA out the place. The one thing I will say is we'll have to go out to the Halo and look. The rocks are never bigger than 5122. That's the biggest they ever are. So if it's a 5122, you'll never need one of these things. I mean, you could use one to maybe calm down the instability. So unless there are bigger rocks in space now, you don't need them. And maybe there are, and I hope that there are. That would be awesome. This is, you guys, I'm about to cry. Tear up. Cracking a 6500 with the Lancet is fantastic. This thing's going to break. We're going to do this. Right off the bat, I could tell we were putting energy into it. Now, the resistance is down to 0.07. The one thing I will tell you, there must be some soft stats here that we just don't necessarily see. I actually like that just because I find myself 7K plus. Yeah, we're gonna look for bigger rocks. So, and yeah, the ship indicator. Yeah, I will say the UI super sharp, Belios. You're absolutely right. Belios is saying everything looks really sharp. Drag says if it works good, you have to try to see how big you can go. That's why we're here for sure, Drac. This is awesome, you guys. This is a 6500 native rock. I stuck the Boremax on it, and we're gonna bust this guy for sure. Man, I'll be in my bunk. This is fantastic, you guys. Oh, my stars in heaven. This is just perfection. Loving it. Now, I'm sure the instability would be swinging much wilder if it was a high percentage rock. Look at the instability. There is an instability modifier on that Boremax, so you're probably going to actually need to use a Brant on even first break. I bet you that instability will be up around 4 or 5%. It would be swinging wildly if I were to guess if this was a high percentage rock. So this is kind of interesting. But I'll tell you, we're about to squeeze into the optimal. It's funny, it started kind of going green before we got into the optimal. Never seen that before. We're going to keep a good eye on it. It's not being unruly right now. We're building good energy. Ooh, it jumped pretty good there, so I'm going to kind of roll her back a bit. I'm gonna keep it honest. I really like the new UI. I mean, it is clean. I'm gonna go back up to 100%. Hopefully it won't fall out. You can tell that the green is way slower. That's the negative 50% optimal charge. But it's no big deal. You know, we are cracking a great big rock, and it hasn't fallen out yet. So this is... sorry about the bung thing, guys. Maybe that was a touch. Maybe that was a bridge too far. Anyways, look at this. Good break. Guys, that's a 6,500 mass rock that we just broke right there via the Boremax. Now, they say you can go recover the Boremax. I'm not going to bother to try. I'm actually not going to stick around and even crack the rest of this down. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to find a bigger rock that we can try and crack that's got a higher percentage. But that is, you know, I mean, I will say, quite honestly, mission accomplished. The rest of this is gravy. We're going to just go have some fun. So let's go do that. That is fantastic. I got 10 more Boremaxes in, you know, one on my back and 9 more in the hopper. So we definitely are just thrilled, having fun, and you know, like I said, you know, I will say if you like listening to the Bob Ross of Star Citizen mining, click like and subscribe. Yeah, you know, that right there. I don't know if you can hear the collective joy in my voice that being able to break a rock like that is just so, you know, that's a cool thing. It's a cool meta change to break that's a 6,500 rock. Now we want to find something a little better. You know, we want to find a little bit better use case in the sense that something with a high, you know, something, you know, around that same mass, but that's up at around a 35-40%er. But you know what? We'll take what we can get. That was great. We also know that the cluster meta still kind of is a thing too. So we're not necessarily going to monkey around too much with single rocks. Now that we know that there's a, you know, potentially, you know, we might just kind of do some fast flying on clusters. You know, we haven't seen any doublers yet, but you know those, you know, we just may have been in a spot where there weren't any, and so we're gonna keep ourselves honest here and keep on moving. What a good day to play Star Citizen. You know, nice win right there. You know, it's so funny. I was going to avoid, you know, the PTU, but I started thinking about it this morning, and I thought, you know, I could just go do some Lyria mining, or I really could do something that would benefit the community. And the benefit to the community was loading up the PTU and doing just what we just did. Because now, you know, kind of, you can get a sense that maybe these Boremaxes are going to be, you know, are really going to be well received for sure. Sean Wright, how you doing, Sean? Nice to see you. I'm looking into getting into Star Citizen. Well, where do you recommend I should get started? Well, first of all, you came to the right channel, Sean. We love Star Citizen over this way, and are happy to get you started. Now, you're probably obviously going to start with the RSI Industries website. If you notice in my description, there is I do have a code. It's like star dash ZXF7KSVY. If you actually go and you sign up to Star Citizen, use that code, or use somebody's code. You don't have to use mine, but use somebody's code, because you get an extra 5,000 AUEC when you sign in. So it's a little bit of a cash bonus for getting started. So you go to the RSI, you know, website. You look at a starter package. You know, starter package. It depends on what you want to do. I think everybody in here is going to tell you that the Avenger Titan is going to be the best starter ship for the bang for your buck. But you can get away. You don't need to buy that one. There are $45 ones or $50 ones that are, you know, it's a starter package as well as a ship to get started in. So yeah, that's how you get started. You sign up on the RSI site, and then any questions you have, Sean, you can come right back to this channel, and we are happy to answer them for you. That's for sure. So, you know, welcome. Well, I'm so happy to hear that you're thinking about joining Star Citizen. It's a good time to join. 317's got a lot more. It's a little more feature rich than it used to be a year ago, with inventory working the way that it is, and now you can shoot people and loot them and sell that stuff. This is predominantly a mining. You know, I predominantly do mining here on my stream, but there's lots of combat streams. And whatever you want to do in the verse, you know, is... but the Avenger Titan is probably the starting ship I'd recommend if you can afford it. It's a few more space, it's a few more real bucks, but it definitely is worth the worth a few extra bucks if you can afford it. But you don't need to. You can certainly go with the Aurora or the Mustang and do just fine. So, Thomas Jam, how are you doing, Thomas? Nice to see you. Ace is saying Belios, I have the Orion, so picture the same needs on bigger scale. Yeah, that's exactly right. Murlork says, don't start on Orison, though, whatever you do. Yeah, that's another excellent tip. You know, Sean, do not start on Orison. If you want to visit Orison, but don't make that your starting zone. It's a long climb out of the atmosphere there. You might want to start with something more like Area 18 or Lorville or even, you know, I probably would actually recommend either Area 18 or Hurston, you know, Lorville, one of those two, is probably what I would suggest that you go with. So, all right, so we're seeing a lot of singles again. We're going to grab the sun up here, and, yep, alrighty. We're just going to continue cruising along. Now, we are looking around today, and we're in no hurry. You know, we're looking around again for another cluster or, you know, any sign of a doubler. You know, I'd like to see... haven't seen any doublers at all. It's kind of been singles or a cluster. So a cluster did turn out to be all Quantanium, which is you know, good. So we're going to look around here for another cluster and another use case. We were able to crack with a Lancet a 65, almost a 6700, a 6500 mass with the Boremax. So that has been an absolute game changer. You know, and it's going to be interesting to see if it's got that, if it's a higher level of Quantanium. There's a doubler right there, you guys. Ooh, there's a doubler. Yeah, I just seen a doubler over here. I'm pretty sure. And we'll see here if these are just two that spawn next to each other or if these are actually doublers. Yeah, we're going to pull out the mining. Of course, I dropped the gear because, you know, why not click N when you can click, when you need to click N. I'll pull the gear back up. Yeah, these are doublers. All right, so the meta's where the meta is where the meta's been. So I think we just kind of picked the wrong area. This is a 6127. I won't go down to crack that 2%, we already cracked one bigger than that. This looks like a little guy here, but let's just kind of give it a try. This is a 3605 at 2%. So this is good. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. We got the Boremax on a rock. We cracked it. Ooh, look at all those opportunities. I do like that the pings, the active pings, are going out a lot bigger distance. That's for sure. So this looks like the type of area where you normally, honestly, when you begin seeing those kinds of stripes on the hills, a lot of times you're kind of in clustery areas. So, not saying that's going to happen, but there are times when that becomes a thing. You gotta fly pretty close to these things to get the actual rocks to spawn, though. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, we're going to fly over this way. I like the terrain that we're in for sure. We're looking around for another cluster, and our goal is to, you know, is to find a 6500 to attach the Boremax to. That's got, you know, a good percentage, or a 7000, or anything along those lines, because we certainly could do a 6500, you know, and that seemed to work well. So we are looking for doublers or clusters here. But you really do have to fly right over top of the rocks in order to get the icons, or to kind of know what it is you're looking for. Alrighty. Very nice. And for some of you old timers that have been around the channel, and some of you certainly have been since we were sub 50 subs, I think that was our most concurrent that I have ever had. It was a little over 40. So that's fun, you guys. That's a neat thing to, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I don't, you know me, I just like to come out here and have fun and do some mining. But I thought it was interesting. I never had been north of 40 before, and a good time to be, because I'm, you know, this is exciting. Alrighty. Out here looking at, yeah, there's a single. Another single. There's a single. Pivot back towards the sun just a touch. Hey, look at that. Look at all those opportunities. Woo. Love it. All right. Well, that's what we're looking for. Boy, I was right on top of that before she popped, too. Interesting, you guys. So we're looking for something that's going to be, you know, 7,000 or so. See if we can get some scan results out of this guy. This is a 3126 at 2%, but we got some opportunities here. And we're going to look. This is a 5,000 mass at 3%. This is a 2757 at 3%. This is a 2513, probably a decent percentage here. Just 12. Chris Bates says, if you like the channel, consider hitting the like, sub, and hit the notification bell. Thank you. Oh, this could be the one, you guys. We'll take a run at this 8275. Okay, but that's funny. That's a great rock to take to kind of, I doubt we'll be able to crack an 8200 rock. Okay, we'll see if there's a little bit better use case in here than that one. But there's no way we're not stumbling across an 8200 and not taking a run at it at least. Nice flat area to land the ship. I mean, it's, you got to try that. Now, honestly, in my heart, I believe that's a bridge too far. I do not think we're going to be able to crack that rock. But you know what? We're going to give it a try. So 80, because you got to know our limitations. So it's an 8275 at 18%. That's actually almost 32 SCU in this thing. So it's interesting. Here's what we're going to do. Beautiful flat spot. We're just going to kind of point our nose right at it. Make sure that's the guy. It is. And we're going to do this. We're going to... Oh. We're going to kind of bring this guy down here nice and smooth. Man, it looks so beautiful. Touch her down nice and easy. Easy piece of Daniel DeCruz. Welcome aboard, Daniel. How you doing, sir? Nice to see you today. All right, you guys. There's now a little run to the right. It's so funny. It looks like it's so close, but that's actually, 100 meters or so. All right, so we're going to double check that we got one of these on our back. We absolutely have one of those on our back. We're going to go ahead and exit ship here. And we're going to... Now, this is an 8275. If I, I may spontaneously combust if I can break this thing. You guys. So, listen, I'm not expecting to be able to break an 8275. That was never my expectation with these Boremaxes. This is more than likely a bridge too far. That is a enormous rock, too. Holy crap, is that thing huge. Wow. That is a large, large, large piece of Quantanium. Okay, cool. So we know that it seems to be like a switch of this guy. Yeah. Really? What? Am I dropping that stuff too? No. Oh, cool. All right. No! Why did I jump? That's so funny. All right, so we're going to go with place, right? place. Ooh, I love it. Okay. And so here we're going to look down here, and we're going to begin kind of changing the wave here. And you got to get it up into the 90s. Maybe the axial scatter. Oh, that's making a huge difference. All right. So that's got, now we got to, yep, now we're up over 90. I'll keep moving it that way. I really hope that the percentages. Oh, hold on. So 94 looks, yeah, 94 is kind of the best I can do there. 92, 95. Oh, interesting. Cool. And then what about, yeah, we're going the wrong way. 95, 96, anything more? Nope. So we activated it at 95. It is doing its thing. Back to the Prospector we go. And this is an 8275, so we're not necessarily, you know, expecting to be able to break this rock, but it's an excellent use case. And if I can't break this rock, then I'm really going to try not to break this monitor and break all the equipment around me and just sheer joy flailing around. But, you know, there's some argument to be made that it was like, why, you know, you're just, you wouldn't need anything else. I don't think you should be able to break this. Part of me in my heart feels like you should not be able to break this rock. So, but I also do think the math probably is not going to work out. So we'll see. We will see. All right. Up we go. Raise the gear, pull out the mining. We do have a 0.51 resistance. We have stuck the Boremax on this guy. This is a huge, huge, huge rock, so we're going to go ahead and free up the laser a little bit. I'm going to tuck around this way and get a little bit of... And then we're going to crank it up. I am not expecting to be able to crack this rock. Okay. All right. Now that's a pretty wild instability. I'm actually going to do this, you guys. I'm going to fire a brand. We're going to get in real tight, and we're just going to see if we can put energy into this guy. Now, I did fall out, so this is, yeah, this is definitely interesting. We're going to kind of give this one heck of a try. We are kind of building charge into it, so, I mean, this is an 8200 mass rock with a Prospector. Now, the brand did not change its instability at all, which I think is interesting. So I don't, you know, holding a 5.5 in that little optimal window is not going to be an easy task. It's interesting to me that the instability is kind of locked at 5.5. Like I said, the branch should have brought down the instability fairly significantly from there, and it didn't seem to do it. So this is going to be an interesting thing. We could definitely blow ourselves up here. I mean, a 5.5 instability is, but we are breaking an 8,200 pound rock, you guys, with the Prospector. So this is kind of nuts. I mean, I don't necessarily, I mean, this is going to be a tough break, and it can definitely get into the overcharge pretty quickly, and I'll have to be careful with that. I'm actually going to move my shields forward, and I'm going to focus very heavily on this. And see if it's, look, I'm going to look and see if it swings more wild without the brand. It doesn't seem to be. I am going to abuse a Brant again. I just want it to kind of stay. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is kind of changing the instability. It's really going to be interesting. Yeah, and of course, if I do blow myself up. Speedy, I am on Lyria, and I've attached a Boremax, which is a new mining gadget, to this 8200 mass rock. And we're trying to crack this guy with a single Prospector. It's an 8,275 mass rock. The old meta, man, a 5,900 used to be all you could do. So I'm going to kind of do some articulating here, and we're going to see if we can... I would imagine if we can get it up here, you know, we should be able to do the rest of it. So it's just a question of getting it up that way. Yeah. We are really close, you guys. I wouldn't have ever been able to expect to put in any kind of a charge in this size rock, and the fact that I can really tells me I think if we stick with it, we may be able to break this guy. Now, there's a second brand. I burned the second part of the consumable. Maybe I'll wait and see if it gets up a little bit higher, you know, closer to the green. I think you know, this laser is still the right laser to use, because in all the secondary breaks you're going to need the instability, you know, in the resistance modifiers for sure. I honestly think that this is a doable thing. You know, we're going to keep on. It has fallen out significantly. It seems like without the Brant, it definitely kind of falls down. And it might fall out. We'll have to see. It's pushing up again. Either way, this is super surprising to me. That you can actually put energy into it. And it does... I mean, I believe that if you get a little lucky here, you can do this one. Just based on the way, you know, how it's worked before. Just going to kind of do some articulating and monkey around a little bit. It's definitely fallen back out. And I don't know if those Boremaxes have some, you know, maybe a time limit on them too. I don't know. I don't think that they do. Sip some coffee here. It's trying to push back up there. It really is. It's kind of it's fighting, but it's kind of climbing. I think I found a good spot on the rock. It's pushing up. I don't know if that really means anything, but you know, it's kind of one of those miner's paradigms that you kind of begin believing. 8,200 mass rock with the Prospector. We've got energy into it. We did attach the Boremax mining gadget. This is the, you know, and we're trying to see if this guy will do it. I mean, the fact that it's actually putting this kind of energy into an 8,200 blows my mind. You know, I will tell you that right off the bat. It's fallen back out a touch. The rock is heating up though. Never dreamed, you know, with the single Prospector you'd be breaking the size of rock before. And of course we haven't got it to the green yet. It's definitely been kind of, it's been fighting for sure. But when you can put energy into this, it's really been my experience that you kind of get lucky. Now I don't know how I'm going to hold a 5.5 instability up in that window. It seems to be swinging, you know, at least the size of that window. So, you know, there could be some overcharge here that's going to happen. And it's a plus 50% overcharge rate, so it's not, that's not a friendly optimal window at all. It's probably one of those areas where, like, if you had a optimum, it might help. And I could, there's another mining gadget called an Optimax, which would be interesting to see if we would have, if I'd had an Optimax, if we could have, put 2 mining gadgets on there. So it is working its way there. I will fire a Brant if it gets near the, if it gets into the green or busts up near the green, because I do think it might be, that might be modifying the instability a little bit. Here we go. It's getting real close. I fired the Brant. Now the Brant, you know, we're in the green here. We're cracking this guy. This is going to be a really interesting situation here. Now you can see she jumped really high up into the, so I had to peel it back a bit, and now I'm you know, it's going to be tough to hold it in. You're going to have to hold it in for a long time too. So we're doing good. We seem to be doing good. I'll go ahead and blast it back up to the top. It fell out, but we're kind of right. We're hanging in right there, right by it. It's one of those things you're kind of flirting with disaster here with that little bit of a window, and it looks like it's falling out a touch. So it's like you want to kind of be higher up, you know, kind of keep it more in the optimal, higher part of the optimal window, but you've also got to be really careful because, you know, it can jump up so fast into the mess. We're working it, you guys. It's trying to hang on. It wants to fall out. Oop, it jump back up again. Looks like it's going to fall out again on us. We pushed it back to the top. Uh-oh, we lost our Brant. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on it. I fired another Brant. Can we break an 8275? She jumped way up in there. I pulled it way back. I'm backing away. It's okay, I think. I turned off the laser. I'm kind of staying... Nope. There, now it's falling out. I had to do that, you know, or else I was going to blow myself up, so... She just got a little too, you know, it's just one of those things. You're playing with fire right there, so. Now that it fell out that far, maybe a minute before we get up in there. Now, we were partially way through that break. So, you know, like, I know that this is a, you know, the touch may be tedious to watch, but it is interesting if we're going to be able to break this 8275. Now, there's a, you know, it may be in a touch into the overcharge. I mean, there's just one of those things. It may be one of those things that we just kind of have to deal with, is that it's going to be kind of gnarly to deal with up, you know, near the top, you know, near the overcharge. We are definitely playing with fire here. I am using mods. I have an FLTRXL in Brantz. I did attach a Boremax mining gadget to this 8275, and I have a Lancet mining laser on the Prospector. And so what I am doing is trying to crack this rock. Now, Belios is absolutely right. The fact that this is even in the realm of possibility. Yes, Kojak, yes, I have a Lancet, and I'm busting an 8275 because I stuck a Boremax on this thing because it's a mining gadget. It's released in 317. This is the PTU, Kojak. So, yeah, man, welcome aboard. Like and sub, brother. Like, we're kind of getting crazy over here with the 8,200 breaks with the Lancet mining head. Yeah, so yeah, we're squeezing up in there. It's so I probably should fire another Brant, you guys, and just kind of try and keep it honest. All right, we're trying to level it up. The instability is not changing at all, but it is changing in one context, which is I've got to kind of keep really wildly doing this, you guys, because I don't want it to fall out, but then it can jump up really quickly, as you guys know and have seen. And this is I'm trying to keep. It's falling out a touch again there. It's trying to hang on at the bottom, which is okay, as long as it kind of comes back. It fell out a little bit. Oh, it came back. All right, we're hanging in there. She's hanging around the bottom of the optimal. It fell out a pretty nasty amount. We're probably going to lose it all, what we had there. It's pushing back up. It's just so... it's such a gnarly instability. Here, okay, it's jumped back up in there for just a sec. We lost it all, though. Everything that we built in there. Yeah, the Boremax is the one that's going to give you the most. We already cracked a 6500, and successfully. So this 8200 was the next one we stumbled across. That was kind of way out of the range, and so this can be done. I mean, you guys, if I can hold it in the green light, it's tedious to watch because it's falling out and it's got a 5.5 instability. But the fact that this could be done is kind of interesting. I don't necessarily know if you're gonna, as far as for efficiency or time efficiency, but when you find a big rock like this, even at 18%, that's almost 30 SCU. So, or it's right around 30 SCU. Yeah, Kojak, I already cracked earlier in the stream. I cracked a 6500. Easy. Like, it was not hard at all. This 8200 is obviously, is being a little bit of a bear to deal with, but it should. Now I'm going to be a touch more aggressive with it this time, you guys. You can see it fell out pretty bad. She's being stubborn for sure. And you can see the Brants are making a huge difference here. It is, even though the instability is not necessarily dropping, it is dropping it. So yeah, this is. We're just going to kind of give this guy some hell. I think we can still do this. Oh, hey, I was kind of... Maybe it was a little touch too close. Oh, Aaron, yes, absolutely. We could, of course, crack an 8200 all day long with a friend. We're just kind of for posterity out here testing the new mining gadgets and what the new limits are going to be for a single Prospector. So there's no question, Aaron, that we could deal with an 8200 easy peasy, and we always have lots of friends on the stream and would be happy to help us come crack this rock. But this is just kind of for science today, and we're just kind of seeing what size rocks we can crack with the new mining gadgets and it's just an interest. Yeah. All right, we're back up into the. We're back up into the crazy. She fell out again. This is one of those things, you know, it's such a small optimal window. And I don't think I fired 5 brands. I wonder if those charges have changed. That was like maybe it went down to 3. So I thought I fired it 3 times. Maybe I fired it 5, I don't know. Yeah, absolutely, Kojak. I know what you mean. Yeah. This is... So I think we're going to... You know what? I think we've proved that we can absolutely do this. I don't know that we're going to continue this particular... I might try one other thing, though, you guys. I might actually try and run out and attach the second mining gadget to it. It's just a curiosity of mine. And see if, like, the results stack. But, you know, let's just kind of... We're going to give it one more time through the green here. And see if we can... See if we can get it up in there. I'm actually going to let it trickle into the red a bit, too. Try not to get too high up in the red. But we're going to play around with it a little bit if we have an opportunity. Samuel D, absolutely. I've attached a Boremax to this 8275. I have a Lancet on board, and I can crack this 8275. I've been in the optimal. I already cracked a 6500. You know, and I haven't, you know, of course I could use a surge to push this up in here. I normally use the FLTRXL and a couple of Brants, and I was just kind of curious just what size rock I could crack, you guys. And so this is kind of what we're up to today. I am probably going to maybe attach a second mining gadget to this thing because I'm curious. It seems like Samuel, I was able to crack a 6500 mass rock with a Lancet, and now I'm almost able to crack an 8200 with one Lancet laser. So yeah, they're helping tremendously. The Boremax is like making it so you can crack a much bigger rock. So all right, so I think you know we've here I'll pull the laser back out 1 second. All right. So I think here's what we're going to do real quick, okay? I am going to do this. I'm going to throw down my gear. We're going to jump out. We're going to attach a second thing to it just because I'm curious what's going to happen with that. Turn off my engines. We'll hit Y. Yeah, I could put the 8200 in the green, but I wasn't able to, kind of keep it. It was so wild in the window there, and a 5.5 instability. So I have a different one, right, you guys? I don't know that I put another one on my back yet. So I have this Sabir that that's a negative 30% on the optimal charge window. I don't want to do that. That'll be a sliver. I won't be able to do that. A negative. I thought I was grabbing a different one than the Sabir. Negative 75% instability. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we're definitely not going to go throw that one on there. A thinner optimal window is not going to work for us. So that's fine. I think the use case is definitely like if I had an an optimum or some other, or one of the things that kind of increases the, we definitely, that was absolutely crackable. But I definitely want to, kind of find one now around 7,000 or so. Let's go fly on and see if we can find something around the 7,000 mark. The 8200 was definitely an interesting It's very interesting. I mean, we definitely we had the 8275 in the green. It was just she was just bucking a bit wild at 5.5 instability, you know, we were just kind of never able to kind of keep it right where we wanted it. So, not to say I'm sure, and it's really, you know, like it really is more for just kind of more use cases. I have a feeling I could have sat there for like an hour and managed to get that thing. But you know, I don't want to bore everybody to tears with my crazy experiment trying to do this massive rock. So really for me, it's, you know, now that we've cracked a 6500, we're looking for something in that 7,000 mass range. You know, that's going to be interesting with a decent percentage. Also, if we found another 6500 at a high percentage, it's going to be interesting to see how because the 5.5 instability was rough. I mean, it was rough. All right, and there are of course other options to open up the windows. As a matter of fact, there's one called the Optimax. It makes me wonder if you attached more than one gadget to it, if the Optimax would also work as well. So interesting. Of course, everything has pluses and minuses to it. So the fact that I was able to crack a 6500 with a with the Lancet is already a win. The fact that I could almost crack an 8270, I mean, I was in the green on an 8275 several times. It just was kind of a wild swing, you know what I mean? So that's actually pretty crazy. I definitely believe that's a doable thing. I just didn't want to bore the chat, the stream to tears, giving it a try all day long. So I wouldn't say it was easy, that's for sure. Aaron Lane says a bit off topic, but But have you had a Starfare with you fast drop off and refine? We haven't done that yet. This is my first time on the PTU. It's been, knock on wood, very stable today. I've been very impressed with that. So far, obviously, you don't want to jinx it, but and things could happen. But yeah, it's been really good so far today. One thing I have noticed is you do kind of want to fly almost right over top of the the nodes in order for them to pop and become turn into the rock icons. It's cool. So looking for another use case here, something in the 7,000 range and around 30% would be great. Yeah, I agree, Aaron. It does seem to be running good. Absolutely. Well, take a look at my... Oh, it's only 12:32, you guys. It's not bad. Early in the day. Definitely some incoming theory crafting, Belios. That's for sure. That is a game changer right there. So, kind of fun. Hey, more of it power you today, sir. We're out monkeying around with the mining gadgets. Cracked a 6500 with a single laser, and I was cracking an 8200 with one laser. That one was swinging a bit wild, so it wasn't easy to do. I didn't finish the crack. It was going to take too long. But yeah, these mining gadgets are for reals. Hey, the other thing is you guys look at, I'm down to 41% thirst. I never even realized that. I have to keep an eye on that. I don't want to die out here of thirst. I'd have to fly over to Bajini or something to pick something up to drink at some point. Yeah, the Rieger C3 mining module gives 10% to the optimum charge window. There's going to be some, there's going to be some meta there where you're going to, maybe want to, work, for that first crack. If you're out big rock hunting, there's going to be some meta there where you're going to want to have something maybe, if it's a high percentage rock to help offset the window a little bit. But that was a big rock. 8275. The fact that we could put that in the green is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I'm down to 40%. So you can see the thirst meters are real. And I have to, at some point when I get down to say 10% or something, I may have to make a run for Bajini or something, or someplace to buy something to drink. I didn't think it was going to be. I had read that the drink and the eating stuff was going to be a little more aggressive, but 40% already. Yeah, single rock there. We are monkeying around here. Keep on looking for some more, another cluster. That's what we're looking for here, or some doublers to try out some more of these mining gadgets. I'm just so surprised. I absolutely believed that the mining gadget may allow you to crack like a 6,000 or 7,000 mass rock. It's the 8,200 it's blowing my mind that you can actually. Now, it was a absolutely difficult break because it's a lot of instability and a serious oh, that might have been, was that just I think that those were Hadnite clusters or rock minables there. But yeah, it's just absolutely floored me that you could crack an 8,200 rock with the Lancet. That is unbelievable. I mean, there's some doublers right there. There's some doublers. And I flew pretty close to that spot at first, you guys. So it's interesting that they're like right here. Yeah. It is interesting how the how close you kind of got to get to them now. And and then it's important to understand. I mean, this is just the first time trip over here to 317 on Lyria. So what do we have here? This is a 6461. It doesn't look like it's going to have great percentages in it. What's going on here? Pull this guy back in and pull it back out again. Alright, just a 2%er. $7,500 mass. It's not going to be a great percentage, a 2%er. So I'm not going to. I really want to crack like one that's got a little bit higher percentage in it. Being able to crack a 7,500 pound rock would be cool. And I honestly believe that could absolutely be done. But I want to find something that's going to have up around at least 20% Quantanium. We may not find a perfect use case. The perfect use case for me is like a 7,000 around 40%. That's what I was kind of curious about. Is that doable? Anthony says no expiration on food yet. I will say outside of how fast it's, there's an expiration on my life. How fast my drink is falling. I'm at 37%. At about 20%, I guess I'm going to have to fly back to Bajini and get something to drink. I don't want this to be silly to just kind of die of thirst. We're going to push it here for another, say, maybe down to 12% or 10% or something. Oh, I'm not out here trying to mine anything. I'm actually not doing any breaking or any scooping, Drac. I'm just out here to test the size of the rocks that you can break. This is just the PTU. It's just a test universe. And they just kind of load you up. I already got 14, you sit around 15 million. You got plenty of money. This is really for science and posterity today. 100%. So yeah, we're cruising along here. So successfully attached a Boremax to a 6500 rock and cracked it. Successfully attached a Boremax to an 8275 and had it in the green several times, but it was a thin optimal window and a pretty wide swing. So we just kind of couldn't keep it in there without, you know, without kind of really maybe potentially, blowing ourselves up. So we're looking for a little bit another use case here. Something around the 7,000 range would be ideal. That's got, I don't know, at least 20% or something in it. Anthony Shattuck says, I always try to do something to make some mad money for the day of exploring in the game. Yeah, you know, like, Anthony, if you watch the streams, we just pull in Quantanium like, you know, we print money, all the time. I'm always Lyria mining, tons and tons of millions in the regular game. But I wanted to test these mining gadgets out today, and I'm really not. Today I'm just kind of cruising around, having a little fun, testing some things for everybody. Not necessarily worried about making the space bucks today. Archer, I cracked a 6500 with a Boremax, and Archer, I was cracking an 8275 with a Lancet. It was just a little bit too much instability. So, I mean, it was like a 5.5 instability and a tiny little optimal window. So, it was absolutely doable, but one Lancet, one Boremax, 8,000 mass rock, definitely a possibility. That's the takeaway from that. I messed around with it for a while. I didn't want the stream to suffer where I was just kind of sitting there for an hour trying to break the same rock, because it would swing into the optimum and swing out. But man, these things are sweet, man. Here's some doublers right here. We'll go ahead and pivot on those. Thank you, Anthony. Anthony's saying he's enjoying the stream. Yeah, if you like mining stuff on Star Citizen, yeah, give her a like. Give her a sub. I appreciate it. It brings more people to the channel. You know what I mean? So yeah, these things are crazy, Archer. I mean, you're gonna love these things, especially I know you, because you like to push the envelope a little bit. So yeah. So that's weird. I guess these are not quite doublers. They're close, but they. It's kind of those times where you think they're doublers, but they're not that close to each other. They're just far enough that they were single rocks. Dark Side, how you doing, Dark? Nice to see you. How you been? So, we are out here monkeying around with mining gadgets today. It's already been a terribly successful stream. We kitted our Prospector out the way that we do. An FLTRXL, 2 brands, a Lancet. We did throw a VK00 quantum drive on here. We came out to Lyria. We cracked a 6500. Yep, I'm in the PTU. We cracked a 6500, and then we were almost about to crack an 8200. It was just a little bit unstable. And so we had it in the green a couple times, and I was really hoping to report that I was able to break an 8200, but I didn't want to drag the stream through that 45-minute. We probably spent a good 10 minutes or 15 minutes trying to break it. It would get up into the optimal and swing out a little bit, and it was just being a little tedious. So I thought, I need to treat the folks a little better. So. I know. You know what? But for the stream and for posterity and for science, Archer's like, I thought we promised that we weren't going to do this PTU thing. It's true. I did say that I wasn't going to, but I just woke up this morning and I couldn't stop myself. So Morvip's saying it looks like scanning's a touch more complicated. Yeah, here's the one thing the takeaway is, you are getting, at least it seems like you are getting the boxes or like the indicators that there is something. It's further away, but you're having to get a lot closer to those boxes before it turns into rock icons. Like you can see, like, what's that going to do? I don't know. Oh, that ended up being gems. But you've got to get a lot closer before it actually draws the rock icons, and of course, man, it is interesting. It really is boiling down to proximity is going to be king. Scanning is one thing, but proximity is definitely going to be king when it comes to to getting rocks to pop. And that's probably always been the case, but definitely noticing that here. So we're out looking for another use case. We're down to 33% thirst. I just didn't think about that. Like, I had read that those things were more aggressive. At somewhere around 12%, I'm going to fly back to Bajini. But in the interim, we're going to continue looking for rocks. And I may also go back to menus while we're there and log back in so I can get the yellow icons. I do like having the yellow icons, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. We're going to continue looking here for another use case. This has already been a very, very, very good stream. Gotten to the exact detail that I wanted to get to, which was, could you crack a bigger rock with the Boremax? And the answer to that question is absolutely. You know, I had an 8275 in the green, but I absolutely cracked a 6500. Now, it was a low percentage of Quantanium. It was just kind of our first crack at it, but, you know. And you can see, look, I have to fly almost right over top of these things before you get a rock icon. So, you are getting the indicators, but it's one of those things where, you know, they've changed the scanning meta just a little, and you can see that here. And I don't, you know, I always like to be careful. I've said it a couple times. Just because you experienced it one time in the PTU doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it is. There could be server resources and other things that are involved in those types of things. But you are certainly getting indicators further away. It's just that you kind of really got to get close to the rocks before they turn into rock icons. Or close to the indicator. So that's cool. All right, there's this guy right over here. We're just looking around for another cluster. We haven't found any real nice percentages of Quantanium today. You know, 16, 17s. Boy, we flew around for a while there and just found singles. And, like, at the first part of the stream, I couldn't find a doubler to save my life or a, you know, and then, you know, somebody suggested in the stream, you know, let's go try someplace else, and I've hit an OM marker, came down right on top of the cluster. So, and then since then I found doublers, and we've been back to the races. So, there was a moment when I was thinking maybe they had changed the meta on Lyria, but they didn't. It's definitely been doublers, and clusters are what you're looking for. Aaron Lane is asking a good question. You bet, Aaron. There's lots of scanning mechanics that are going to change in the future. There are going to be some ships that are specifically kitted for scanning, like the, it begins with a T. What is the name of that ship? That's hilarious. It begins with a T. It's a scanning ship. Help me out. Help me out, team. But yeah, just to speak to your Aaron, yeah, there's going to be absolutely something. Now these may not be doublers either, you guys. We're going to see. Yep, they are. Cool. The Terrapin, thank you, BL. I knew one of you would pull me out of the fire there, so I appreciate that. Yeah, that guy, for instance, has got like 2 extra scanning slots on it. We talked about this. So this is probably not a terrible rock. It's a 20%er at 4971. That mass is going to be a little under what we're looking to break today for our science project here, and this is going to be a 33. So we're going to keep on moving. We're 31% thirst, so it does look like as it's gotten lower that it's kind of slowed down. So I wonder if that's actually a thing. Like, it was falling a little faster, my thirst, and now I noticed it's kind of flattened out a little bit. Darkside says, the Tortuga, Drax says, the turtle, the terrapin. Darkside says, last night could not find any Quantanium in the belt, used 50% hydrogen, then called it a day. I've had those days, Darkside, where, you know, where it's just, that's the way it goes. It's just, you know, no fish are biting that day. I've had one of them. Morvip says, time to fly home. Take care of the org, my man. Keep up the streams. Love it. No problem. You be safe up there, man. We think of you all the time. You know, be careful. Have had some lovely chats with 4. You know, take care of yourself. Be safe up there, brother, for sure. Org's doing great, too, by the way. Real good. Yeah, awesome. So, we're still looking around for a little bit something to mine here. Hey, are those doublers? They might be. I think they are. Throw a boost on that guy and... Yeah. See, they didn't, that's funny. I didn't get an icon for those. It's just they drew as I flew over them, which is fine. Interesting. You sound parched. Yeah. That's a 45. That's a 45 mass. And what's this mass here? It's so funny. Like, the only thing I'm really interested in is like, what's the mass? You know, because I'm looking for like a 7,000 rock. I cracked a 6,500. I want to find a 7,000 rock now that's got you know, a decent percentage of quant in it. That's the next thing that we're looking for. Bellio says the worst day of fishing beats the best day working. I could not agree any more with that, brother. That is absolutely true. You know, if I was out here just flying over Lyria and never found anything to do today, it'd still be a wonderful day. We count our blessings and enjoy this. But 317 is actually, you know, I will tell you, there's some really kind of some things. I don't know if you guys have noticed. The Prospector UI looks crisp. I really like the ASOP terminals. They look really crisp. You know, there's some really neat little underlying tech things that are changing, that are making the game look cool. Yep, the mining HUD, it looks really crisp. You're absolutely right, Archer. It does. It looks nice. You know, I think that's going to go a long ways. Now, we're down at 29% water. I am keeping an eye on it. I hate to be a water whiner, but I definitely don't want to bring the stream, you know, end up kind of falling off. Keeping an eye on it here. We're going to keep on pushing. Hopefully we can find one more cluster here before we have to fly back and get out and attach another, you know, another mining gadget too. Oh. Any day blowing chunks is a good day. Absolutely, Drac. That's exactly right. I can see that rock sitting right there. Single rock. We'll keep on pushing. Small quality of life changes that change a lot. That's exactly right. I agree with that 100%, Archer. Absolutely. There have been some small quality of life changes that are really going to make a difference here. So yeah, they're like, oh, yeah, okay. And there's some, those might be doublers right there. So you really kind of got to get on top of them before they draw. Hopefully these are some doublers. All right, we're looking for good mass here. 7333, but not a high enough percentage of Quantanium, just a 2%er. What about you? 5,500 at 4%. Shoot. Definitely want to find a little higher percentage. That was a great mass. That 7,000 mass is perfect for what we were looking for, but not quite high enough percentages of Quantanium there. That is going to be like little gem clusters right there. Yep, I'm sure it is. I'm gonna go after them. 27% water, or, you know, so, you know, we're definitely have about maybe 15% more before we're gonna have to turn back and head in and go get a drink. And I will definitely bring a bottle of water with me or two next time. I didn't quite realize it was going to be so aggressive. But, yeah, you live and learn. No big deal. You can see you really are having to get very close before it will draw the rock icons. You know, interesting change in the scanning. Now, you know, it's one of those things, and then there are times that there are definitely rocks popping up that don't have a scan, you know, don't have an indicator at all. As a matter of fact, one of the clusters I flew over, it never indicated. I flew over it and it just kind of lit up. Loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it. wanting to find another, you know, particular use case that is going to fit our narrative for these mining gadgets. A couple of singles there. Pivot out this way. Something kind of popped. No way, nah. All right, so it definitely has already been a successful day. I mean, breaking a 6,500 with the Lancet is pretty impressive. You know, being able to have an 8,200 and 8,275 on the ropes with a single Lancet's pretty crazy. You know, I absolutely believe that could have been we could have broke that rock, you know, given enough time. I just thought, let's go find some other use cases. I did take a long time. I mean, I had spent a good 10 minutes or 15 minutes trying to break that guy. But you know what? It didn't work out, and that's just fine. That was I didn't think that I would even build power on an 8275. So that was actually kind of, you know, impressive. So you could tell the scanning mechanics have also changed for the, you know, for the gem clusters as well. Because some of those scans that I'm getting, this is an interesting scan at 90 away. That's more than likely a ship. Single rock there. Drax says, I'm impressed you're even willing to try a 6,500. Well, that's what these mining gadgets are about. They're new in this beta build, or in this you know, this 3.17. It's a new mechanic. It's a new layer that they're adding to mining, which is why I'm out here trying it. The whole get out of your ship and attach the thing to the rock. It's kind of a new thing. So we're just giving it a try, Drax, and trying to learn it and you know, educate ourselves on how that's going to be. Bellio says the new Wellerman, LOL. So, yeah, that's a song my son Bellio sings all the time. It's like, soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. He loves singing that song. He sings it all the time. Bruce Fontenot, how are you doing? Should I buy the Terrapin to use for mining? Oh, heavens no, Bruce. The Terrapin is not a mining ship. It's a scanning ship, and the scanning mechanics are not in the game yet. If you're interested in mining, of course, the Prospector is going to be the best single-seat miner, you know, in the game. You know, of course, the Mole is a multi, you know, but, you know, you could certainly buy, like, a starter package, Bruce, and then work your way up. Yeah, the Terrapin is a scanning ship, and those features aren't in the game yet. You definitely want to get yourself, you know, if you're interested in mining, the Prospector would be the mining ship to go after. You know, if you were just gonna throw caution to the wind. To me, honestly, I know that this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but in my mind, the Prospector is the best start. I love that you guys know that I'm a huge Prospector advocate. You know, I'm a white knight. I'm actually, what would it be? What is the stuff called out here? I'm a sheet. What is that? A stainless steel or whatever? I'm that kind of a knight. I believe in the Prospector will print you money and open up the rest of the game. But, you know, I mean, it's expensive. I mean, I'm not going to lie. So, you know, I always say to people, you know, just get a starter package and work your way up to it. That's the real thing that you should probably do. But if you know, if I was only going to buy one ship in Star Citizen, if I was only going to part money with one ship, it would be the Prospector. And the reason it would be the Prospector, those are not going to be doublers. I bet we're going to go look at them anyways. They're just slightly too far apart, I think. We've got to give ourselves the opportunities. They both popped at the same time, so I could be wrong. Well, they are close enough to be doublers, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I am wrong. I'm wrong. That's good. I like being wrong on this for this type of thing. All right, so we're looking for mass here, you guys. This is a 3,800 mass. That's not going to do it for us. That is an 8144 but at only 2%. So darn it, we're not really hitting the good percentages of quant today. That's okay. We're looking for a 7,000 that's around 20%, something like that. That's what we're really looking for. We're down to 23%. We've got about 10 or 12%. Really, Bruce, if you're just learning the game, I think the Prospector's gonna. You can if you have a Prospector, you'll earn enough money easily to buy a mole. Now the mole is a little bit tedious to. It would be a tedious way to learn mining, in my opinion. You know, soloing the mole, because you have to run from the pilot seat. You have to position the mole perfectly, run to the pilot seat, leave the pilot seat, run down to a mining laser. If definitely would go with the Prospector. And one thing I will mention is in my description there is, I don't know if you haven't signed up yet or not, Bruce, there is a code, star ZXF7. It's down in my description, where it's a sign up code where you get an extra 5,000 AUEC in game. So the Prospector is a good miner. It's your solo miner. The mole is more of a multi-crew miner. I would start with the Prospector. That would be my recommendation, but that's just my opinion. With the Prospector, you control your mining laser from the pilot seat. It's kind of a set. You don't have to get up and run to the other mining lasers and that type of a thing. So, all right, you guys, we're hoping to find one more. I was hoping to find one more cluster or something that had like a 7,000 in it. With a decent percentage. We have not found any decent percentages of Quantanium. We've definitely found some decent sized rocks. Looking around here. Right, a couple opportunities over this way. Any way you shake it, it's been a successful stream, already. So super happy about being able to use the Boremax to break things. Yeah, man, that's awesome, Bruce. If you have any questions, make sure you like and sub. Come on back, man. Any questions you have about Star Citizen? Our group of, our community here is very helpful. Would love to help you. Thank you for stopping in and asking. It's always a smart thing to do your research with Star Citizen. And yeah, man, welcome aboard if you decide to play. That's fantastic. All right, we're looking around. 13-point KOA. That's what I mean. That's the difference. We used to not. That doesn't happen in 316. You don't get a 13 KOA. That's interesting that was so far away. That was a strange. You just don't usually get them. They're not out that far. So interesting for sure. We're approaching that guy. $4,000, $3,000. I have a sip of coffee here. Coffee's delicious today. But the company is better. One single rock at that distance. Flying over it and looking at it. Certainly doesn't look like anything special. Granite deposit. Well, it's just an interesting, that was an interesting distance. A flat land out here, you guys. So, all right, we're gonna head over this way and look at a couple more opportunities. And we're keeping an eye. We're down to 20% on our thirst. Somewhere around 12% or so. We're gonna fly back to Bajini and grab some water and come back out and look a little more. So You know, the important thing for me is I really want to find something around 7,000 that's got a good percentage of Quantanium in it. That's what I'm really hoping to find. You know, the 6,500 that I cracked was just the first time I've seen a 6,500 Quantanium rock. You know, I was able to crack that thing. And the 8,200 I had in the green, which is, come on, 8275 with a single Prospector. Pretty crazy. Had it in the green, but we, you know, it was swinging a little wild, and we weren't able to kind of bring that one home. So, so we just decided to move on and look for another use case. Here it says, I wish the rocks had lasers on them. That would make mining a lot more interesting. Yeah, there's a few ways to do that. That's funny. I'll bust over here to this guy real quick. And the hydrogen has been fairly forgiving. I mean, we're still at probably right above. It's going to hit 50% here before too long. So, you know, if they have rebalanced the Prospector's hydrogen usage, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, it's not like it's not losing it too fast, which is great. Yeah, there's some doublers right there. Isn't that funny? I was zipping along here. All right, cross our fingers here, and hopefully we'll get something around a 7,000 mass and a decent percentage. That's what we're looking for here. Nice flat areas to land, that's for sure. That's going to be a 3,600 pound mass. And not a great percentage. And that's a 3,100 mass. And not a great percentage. Continuing that meta. Alright, you guys. This is going well. Diamond rock should reflect. I agree with that. That'd be fun. I'm alright with that. The rocks over on Walla are really crazy. They have like these green crystals on them, and it is pretty nuts. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful, kind of getting towards sun's low on the horizon there. We're at 18% now. We're gonna keep an eye on that. We're gonna leave here pretty quick and go get a drink and kind of get our character right, and then we're gonna head back over. Yep, you can see that the scanning mechanics have definitely gotten a little more forgiving on finding the gem clusters. Single rock there. There's some gems that we're just flying over. A couple more opportunities. We got about 5% more in our thirst before we're going to head out. We're going to head over to Bajini, and we're going to just land there, and we're going to find some water, and then we're going to come back out here. We're looking here. Another couple singles there. Yeah, and I definitely need to throw another Brant on board as well. You know, actually, I probably will need to head to Arcal 1 because that's where I kind of have my Brants. It's a good point. I do need to restock a Brant on there. Excellent point, Drac. Couple more opportunities here, and then we're going to fly back and do that. Oh, you guys, I'm just so excited. I still want to find that right use case. For sure. But, and when I get back there, I think I am. I think I might just jump to menus and then back into. Maybe a little bit of a server switch won't be a bad thing. But also, I think I'll have the yellow icon. I think I'll have the yellow icons. I know I'm using the Quicksilver set, you know, so not the Arrow set, not the Grey Cat Hazard set. So, you know, I can't promise that. I can't remember. Yeah, restock the coffee too. That's exactly right, Aaron. All right, you guys. The altimeter is funny. Everything's 118. That's just, it is funny. It's making me laugh. Yeah, you can see that the server's definitely lagging a little bit. It's she's a touch laggy, which is no big deal. I think we're. Yeah, let's just kind of call it. We'll go ahead for I 30K'd. I was wondering. That is okay that happened. So, I kind of thought something was up there, you guys. And so, yep, it said I left the Prospector. That usually is indicative of a 30K. But maybe it's come back? We'll just kind of see here. We'll go in and look at this rock anyways, in the interim. Ah, yes. That's what I thought happened, 30K. That's actually good. It's going to get me back. I'm going to be able to kind of... I was planning on doing this anyways, so it's just kind of worked out in my favor. I'm just going to go ahead and... I did set my spawn point. We'll have to see where it kind of spawns us. I think it should be on Arc L1. I am going to throw another Brant on this guy. And I am going to make sure I grab some water. And I'll throw that in there. And yeah, man, this is awesome. Archer says, I'm about to go buy my 890 jump. Archer is buying all the big ships. He's a mining fool. He's already bought a Carrack on mining money. And now he's buying an 890 jump on mining money. He is a mining, an absolute mining machine. Oh, Aaron Lane is asking, what is your system stats? And Drac, I see you there. Drac said, hey, the first 2 rules of playing ED, never fly without a rewi, and don't forget your limpets. Yeah, they changed the mechanics of the thirst a little bit, so, it's one of those things. But Aaron says, what is my system stat? So I have a 3900X. That's the processor that I have. I have a 3070 Ti. I keep saying Ti. I don't have a 3070 Ti. I have just a normal 3070. I don't know why Ti comes out of my mouth. I think it's because it got meme-worthy Ti. I just have a normal 3070. I have 32 gig of RAM, of course. A weird placement for that thing. And I do have, a nice SSD. I think it's like a 980 or a 970 Sony Evo Plus, something along those lines. So, not the highest end system in the world, but not bad. Certainly not bad. And I am, I'm going to actually shoot for something 4K a little bit as well. So the nice thing is here, my thirst is back to 100%. Now, I am going to go buy at least a bottle of water. I'm going to just run up to the Galleria real quick. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, let's do a little of this on our Prospector as well. Oh, I need to claim the Prospector. So let's go ahead and get that stuff started real quick. We'll run. We will...
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Retrieve our...
Selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following locations.
All right.
Visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome.
Now I have to store it because it was just one of those things where it was yeah, I might as well claim this guy too.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
I'll claim this guy.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
That's cool. I like that. All right, so yeah, now that I've got that set up, now I can actually do this. Fix my Prospector systems, and just kind of give it a second here. VK00 still there. I definitely emptied out this Brant though, so I will re-up on that. I'll save that. I could head right out right now. I am just gonna take a moment and go grab a water. Yeah, that voice on the monitor is pretty crazy. You're right, Archer. It's different. All the ASOP terminals, everything's looking, there are these little subtle nips and tucks that they've done here that have really, really kind of been nice. Gonna grab a water bottle. I am gonna make sure, maybe I'll run down and look at the other options as far as the, bringing down the instability, it would be fine. Let's go ahead and head up here. Excuse me, sir. Oh, I think it's over this way. The food court. So we're just going to buy a water or two and throw it in our backpack. I want water. I don't want pop. Am I being a space snob? Yes, this is what I want right here. Yo. I'm going to store you. And I'm going to store you. Those winding up in my backpack. Yes, they are. That is awesome. That's exactly what I want. Cool. Yeah, I haven't checked out the selling stuff. I mean, I will tell you, though, the terminals look fantastic for buying and selling. There's ways to sort that are way cooler. I mean, it's just, yeah, they've done a great job with that stuff. So the terminals look really good, Archer, for sure. I haven't sold anything. You know, I've just been 100% consumed with throwing mining gadgets on things. That's kind of been my MO, if you will. So I'm going to run down. We're going to take one peek at the refinery while we're here. And let's just double check what other types of... So I'm going to see if there's an Optimax available. Ooh, Anthony says, make sure you can drink it. A bug in my game won't let me drink in the field. Anthony, thank you for that. I didn't know that. You know, I just logged back in after a 30K, so I'm at 100%, so I probably won't need to do that right away. I guess I'm hoping I can drink it in the field. I was coming in, actually, because I was like, yeah, I was just about to kind of head back in. You know, we've had a very successful stream so far. We logged in, kitted the Prospector with everything we normally kit it with, headed over to Lyria, broke a 6500 with the Lancet. We also had an 8275 in the green with the Lancet because of the Boremax. We attached a Boremax to both those. I'm actually going to see if they have an Optimax here. If they do, I'm going to buy a couple of those, and I'm going to try and maybe put one on top of, you know, try and put two of those things on one rock and see if that's a thing. Let's see, they have Sabir, the Boremax, the Stalwart. That is a plus. Oh, that ups that drops the resistance by 30. It does make it more unstable. Ooh, and it really increases the overcharge rate. So those are the ones that are here. Interesting. You know, just because I don't know that they have the Optimums here either, though. Oh, they do have Optimums. So I'm going to do this. This is just going to have a little fun here. I'm going to buy some of these. Look at how you can press +5 on that Archer, too. Like, look how cool that is. You can kind of hit minus or plus, or, you know, maybe I wouldn't accidentally buy 4,999. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to change up just a touch, you guys. I'm going to actually... So I have the Prospector here. Utility. I'm actually going to, I think I'm going to actually change this one for an Optimum. Just because it's a curiosity of mine. Because, you know, maybe opening up the optimal window might be an important thing to be able to need to do when we find what we're looking for. So, you know, give myself some options. I have a Brant and Optimum now. I do have the... I don't have one on my back right now, but in my Prospector, I do have lots of mining gadgets. They didn't have the Optimax. I was wondering if they had that, and I was wondering if you could attach more than one of those consumables to the rock, the mining gadgets, but, you know, I'm not going to monkey with that. They didn't have the one I was looking for. So I did decide to go with just an Optimum. That may help a little bit. Look at... Oh, my gosh. You guys, look what happened. The elevator hit me, and it knocked me off. Like, it knocked me, like, into some unknown land. The elevator's been absolutely abusing me this whole stream. It beats the crap out of me. And then I fell and I died. So now it says you're bleeding and will continue to lose health. I set my imprint here. So I guess it's, you know. What the heck? I'm in a down state of some variety. And it's the elevator. The elevator, like all this whole stream is every time it, you know how the elevator kind of flies through you? It actually has been kicking my butt. It's been like every single time, like it's like it's hitting me physically. That time it actually, as the elevator flew by, it knocked me into some dead zone. Dead zone. So yeah, that was awesome. That was so funny. All right, off we go. But the good news is, you know, of course, when you die, you know, here in, first of all, that's not my character model either. I made it, my guy had blonde hair, so I think everybody's got the same character model, if I were to guess. Something going on with that. But anyways, let's kind of mount back up here. This wasn't unexpected. Yeah, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, those. Oh, I didn't want that. Somehow or another that fell on the ground. Can I equip this? That would be ideal. Perfect. Alright, got that on. Got that on. Got this on. Put that in there. Ooh, that worked good. Throw that. Oh, no, is that not on there? I want to equip this. Here, I'll figure that out in just a sec. That one goes on, that one goes on, that goes on. And then I do want to just see if I pull this back over here. Yep, that did jump in there. I always want to check that I have that thing. Cool. All right, we're back. Yeah, I got killed by the Wonkavator. That's exactly right, 14. It's ridiculous. I was total. I mean, they have actually physically hit me every single time that one down there it flies through. It just knocks the crap out of me. It's been hilarious. Like I've been like, you need a medic to get the elevator there. So double check one more time that we're looking. Okay, what's going on with this? What is in my hand? Herald Quicksilver Core. Can I equip that, please? Alright. I love this. What the heck? Why is it... What on earth? Equip. Right, hurry up and touch this thing.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
That's awesome.
Your
That's
vehicle
bad.
has been delivered.
Alright, so pad 2. Look at it, it's doing it again. Guys, how about can I just store it? How about I do this? Let's try it this way. Boom. Now. Alright. Really? Come on now. Let's not be stingy here. Alright, I'm going to exit. I'm going to stand here and let's see. Am I just making aerial sets? Alright, now we're going to equip it. Boom. Alright, let's see if it winds up in my hand again. Looks like that settled down. Pad 2. Alright. That was acting a little wonky there for a minute. So yeah, the elevator doesn't seem to be... It's like down in the refinery, there's like some kind of a weird collision issue. And that time, like, it totally knocked me like into like an area I didn't even know was around. Like below the elevator, and then it was a quick end after that. But fortunately, when you die inside the station, you keep all your stuff. So All right, so we're going to jump up in here. We're going to kind of pre-flight everything before we take off. We're still looking for the ideal use case. Let me just double check the time here. I think I have a couple, I have another half hour, 45 minutes, hour or so to monkey around here. We are going to absolutely go back and try and do the use case again. We're trying to find a 7,000 mass that is around, you know. Did it jump off my body, though? That's the thing. It did. What the heck? Hold on. I'm going to put it in the vehicle storage. Maybe that's going to kind of reset it. It doesn't matter. I mean, so I'm going to... I am going to attach a Boremax. This is in the vehicle. I'm going to... That's weird. Oh, it won't let me attach because I don't have a core on, I bet. Yeah, now I can equip this. So that actually could become a problem if it's not, you know, if it keeps doing that. Because it's not going to let me... Let's see if I get in here, if it'll... Oh, it's in my hand already. And that's... I'm sure it's taking my...
Hello. How can Miss help you today?
Well, I don't know that Miss can help me today. Got a little bit of a bugaboo happening here where it's taking off my... And so I can't put that on because it wants to keep putting that in my hand for some reason. I'm going to do this one more time and then I'll just go back to menus if I have to. Alright. And then I will go back to vehicles and I will equip this guy. So that's on my back. I'll stand here a second. Josh Donovan! Are the glitches due to the stress test going on today? Oh, Josh. Oh, my stars in heaven. It doesn't matter if it's you're testing or not. I mean, Star Citizen's going to be full of little bugaboos. I've actually been really surprised by how stable things have been, you know, today, you know, in particular. So, yes, the short answer to your question is yes, but it's actually not nearly as bad as it normally is. So, it seems like it's kind of gotten out of that funk. Let's see. We'll go ahead and see if we can get down here. We'll go ahead and we're going to head back to Lyria, and we are going to take a look and see if we can find our perfect use case rock. It's around a 7,000 mass rock. That's what we're definitely looking for. Up we go. Bring up the gear. And we've actually had super success with these mining gadgets today. We're going to go see if we can have a little more. I'd like to find that 7,000 mass rock that's got a decent percentage of Quantanium in it. And see if we can crack that guy. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely, Josh. There's definitely some additional stresses going on, I'm sure. Those are happening inside the PU and the PTU. But you're absolutely right. The UIs have been cleaned up significantly. I will tell you, I'm very impressed so far with at least the crispness and the clarity of the UIs in 3.17. This has been really, really kind of mind-blowing in that regard. So, we're kind of re-kitted, refueled, re-everything. So we're ready to go back out and see if we can't attach another one of these mining gadgets. The whole reason we did today's stream was to just monkey around with these mining gadgets, and I'm glad that it's working out. It is going to be a very interesting change in the meta for sure. Now I did kit out I put an instead of going with two brands and an FLTR XL, I did go with a brand and an Optimax. We'll have to see, or the Optimum, which increases the optimum window. We're just going to have to see. I normally don't use a brand on first break, so maybe having a bigger optimum window will help a little bit. Maybe I could have done a little better with that 8275. So there was an 8275 that I literally had in the green with a single Prospector laser, and that was actually really eye-opening. So, why I am flying here, I will mention, if you like mining content in Star Citizen, please do like and sub. Hit the notification bell. Definitely always looking to kind of bring new people on board who are interested in Star Citizen content and chatting about it and theory crafting and asking questions and sharing your stories. So yeah, do that if you like. Please do. It makes a big difference. It brings new people to the channel, and it just it really does help things, kind of propagate out through the YouTube verse. So back to Lyria we go, and we got our head down here, kind of checking. Haven't looked at our phone in a moment, so we're gonna kind of peek down and look at that, make sure there's no life emergencies going on. Doesn't look like there are. And then here we go. There is SPLE 6. There's Security Depot 1. There's the orphanage on the back side of the planet. There's Shubin SPAL 12. All right, we're looking for something on this side of the planet. 434, 297. We'll head to this guy here. We'll just pivot away from it pretty quickly and move away. So Security Depot 1, we're gonna head down towards that guy, but we're definitely not gonna fly towards it too much. Drax says, having fun and blowing chunks. Yep, that's exactly what we're trying to do is blow a few chunks, and we're gonna keep on digging here for sure. So we're really looking for, like I said, kind of a trying to cherry pick a kind of ideal use case. We are finding that the scanning meta's changed some. Definitely finding that you gotta fly really close. Now that could be just a product of there being a touch of lag on the server, and that may clean up. On a quiet server, always hard to say. We're gonna get down here below the cloud cover, and just kind of do what we do. We are definitely looking for, like I said, something around, anything that's north of 6,000 mass, that's got a high percentage in it. I would definitely get out and do the mining with. It's that first break that's it's kind of curious that, yeah, you can see how much you really do have to kind of get over top of the rocks before they're scanning, or before they're turning into rock icons. Let's say that looked kind of funny for a minute. There we go. Gotta get that straight. Yeah, just a single rock there. Okay. Keep on moving. Definitely have found that clusters and doublers are following the same method. At first, there was a little bit of a scare in the stream. It's like, I wonder if they're doing that anymore. Because all I found was a whole bunch of singles. But then we hit a different OM. And well, no, Vango, there aren't. The hand minables are all going to be in the caves. And so that's where you find the hand minables. There are ROC minables, the remote ore collector. Fango, those are going to be available on the surface. That's where you drive like the mining car. There's some doublers right there, you guys. And pick them up that way. But hand minables are usually found in caves. So we're looking for a 7,000 mass. This is a small mass of 3132. This is going to be a little guy too. I'm wrong. It's an 8310. That is an 8310 at what? That actually could be a 20%er by the based on the sliver there. Not getting a scan result there. There we go. This actually, no, it's only a 7%er. Too bad. If it would have been a little higher percentage, I might have took a crack at that one. So we'll keep moving. Fango says, I died every time in a cave. Yes, cave spelunking can be very, very, very unforgiving, Fango. And so hand mining, I mean, really, it is the thing is with the caves, and I know that this is not going to be a popular thing to say, but you cannot lay down. You cannot, there are some places in the caves you just can't go. So if you're really careful, and it's no guarantee, but if you're really careful about not jumping crazy in those things, if you're really careful about never ever doing a crouch or absolutely never crawl. But yeah, the caves are very, very glitchy, very buggy. There's lots of falling through the planet, the UI there. They can be a real pain in the backside. So I understand that, Fango. You definitely, if you're interested in mining, I probably would recommend maybe ROC mining or maybe renting the Prospector. Now, that would be, but hand mining is, it really is predominantly done in the caves, and so you're not going to find a whole lot of hand minables on the planet surface. Those are going to be more the remote ore collectors ones. Now, there are some caves that are different than others. Like, for instance, on Daymar, there's the closed, like the Kudra ore mine that's closed. You can go through a lot of that cave without necessarily getting yourself in a jam. But that's, listen, I understand what you're saying with it, and I've seen it before. Oh, some doublers right there. Go ahead and we've always joked around that how dangerous the caves are as an org. I mean, you take your org in there and you're going to lose some men. That's for sure. That's a 49.94. Here's the one thing I will say. I have not seen one high percentage Quantanium rock. That's a 2%er. It's a good mass, though. I have literally not seen one. I have not seen anything north of 20% all day today on Lyria. So, or as long as I've been here, I've not seen one. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to find them. I'm just saying, just like I didn't think there were, was worried about clusters or doublers and all that stuff cleared up. I'm sure we'll find something, but it's interesting. Hey, there's some more doublers. We're having at least some success finding some things to scan. All right. We're looking for something that's got good mass in it. That's a 3712. Now, that could be a halfway decent percentage. We'll have to see. Just... Should be a little funny about giving the scan results. This is a 4198 mass. That's a 2%er. We'll go back on this guy and we'll... 3712 at 2%. Oh, that's interesting. That kind of sliver I might have thought was might have been better. No problem. All right. So we got some ROC minables that were flying over right there. Yep, some gems. Knew that was going to be gems. And that's one thing that's, I will tell you guys, ROC mining is going to be in a better place in 3.17. They have said that they fixed the extraction bug, and it looks like the scanning mechanics have changed too, where you can actually locate those types of things from a distance. I mean, I've definitely seen where, it's not necessary. You've got to kind of get real close before you can tell if it's rocks or not. Or, there are many times when I've had an indicator and I've flown up to it and it actually was from a distance, and it was the like Hadanite clusters and that type of thing, the ROC mineable clusters. So very, very kind of interesting meta change potentially for the scanning mechanics for ROC mining. Something to kind of take into consideration. We are enjoying our day out here today. Looking though for that perfect use case. And really haven't had tons of rocks to do it with. But we'll have to keep our foot on the gas here for a little while and see if we can find the right thing. Single rocks here. Nice area here. Pretty to fly over. Pretty to fly over. Alright. I'm gonna crank down my... I'm gonna bring it to 179 degrees. Not sure why that's not 180, but it makes me chuckle. As you can see, my altimeter's 118s. Always. I'm always at 118 no matter how low or high off the planet's surface I am, so that's a little bit funny. Yeah, there's a perfect example. That was gem icons that I approached from a fairly significant distance. That's exactly what I was speaking to. Okay, there's my next victim. I'll tell you, the boost on the Prospector seems to be a little better. Like, I just started noticing that. Like, it's not going... Like, the boost on the Prospector used to be... Like, it used to dip really quick. But it seems to... That part of it is... They seem to have changed that a little bit, too. So that's kind of fun. And we're just over here. We're trying to find something to put a Boremax on that's going to make make the stream. We did a 6500 earlier. We did an 8275. We had it in the green. It was just a little bit too wild and crazy. A small optimal window and a lot of instability. But we had it in the green. And so the fact that you could do that type of rocket and put it in the green was crazy. It's crazy, I tell you. And this is always the hard part, kind of finding the perfect, I'm passing over lots of rocks just because I'm looking for certain ones. Here's some doublers coming up here. Yeah, that boost has gotten much better. Like, there seems to be much more of it. Alright, couple of opportunities here. What kind of mass are we looking at? 7310. It's not going to be a high enough percentage, though. Just a 2%er. What kind of mass is this guy? 42 at 8%. So, definitely just would like to find a little bit better rock to mine. Something that's around 7,000, but it's, at least 20%. That's going to be... obviously the higher the better, but something that's around 7,000. I'd like to find something. I haven't seen a rock over 20% on Lyria today, which is kind of interesting. That's a single rock there. We'll keep on flying. Beautiful, beautiful area here. Loving that. Just a single rock. You have to get real close now to get to the rock icons. The boost is really much better. I just noticed that. I'm going to start abusing that a little more. I don't boost much in the Prospector because usually it just kind of, you exhaust it so quick. These are going to be doublers. Watch, you guys, I think. I think. Look at that. I seen them both pop. Like, I could see them on the actual terrain, like, procedurally generate. And I was able to call it. Ah, well, that's probably why. I'd already scanned these ones. These are two I've already been across. And this is why we use the sun, you guys, in many cases. And that I'll fly out of the situation here in just a sec, so... That was interesting how that worked. That's why I try and keep the sun on my nose, because you can definitely do that. And that's what I had eventually done. I pivoted back towards the sun, and then kind of treading over some ground here. That's no problem. It won't take us long. We haven't been flying. We'll fly out of that in a hurry. Alrighty. So yeah, lots of opportunities here. You got to fly really close to them now in order for them to pop into rock icons or gem icons. I mean, there are gem icons at a distance. You can see right there, that was gem icons that we're flying by right now. All right. Looking for a couple more opportunities to pop these Boremaxes on today. That is for sure. It was a lot of fun. We've done it twice. It's gone great. I definitely will be going back in the stream and putting the like time markers in for the times that we did attach the attach them. That will be fun. So a little bit of a change up there. And we are out here doing our due diligence for the mining channel today, taking a look at the new mining gadgets. Another opportunity over this way. Hey, look at that, you guys. This is what we're looking for here. Goodness gracious. Let's cross our fingers and hope that there's something around 7,000 with a decent percentage in here. Or anything with just a decent percentage. I'd like to see rock, at least one rock that's north of... I definitely would like to see a rock that's north of 20%. I haven't seen one of those today. So here's a big opportunity. This is what we're looking for. And Bellio says that's a 38.21. That's a 7.4%. Sun is a good target point. I always set Arc L1 and fly in that direction, which is pretty much the sun. Yep, that's a good way to do it. But at least it is already targeted when I need to spool up. That's a good idea. You know, it's funny. I do that in the air in Halo. I probably should just do that. That's a 63.24. And that is a 2%er. I really would love to find a nice mass rock here. This could be a little bit better. This is a 54.90 at 12%. Okay. 54.90 is not the mass we're looking for. This is a 59.43. This is going to be another 2%er. Small mass, 2%er. Have 5 more rocks to scan here. 83.45 at 20%. So that's a candidate. We'll monkey around with that one if there's not a better use case here. 83.65 at 30%. Oh, you guys. So yes, we've definitely found some candidates here. 3,000 mass. I was really hoping to find something more around 7,000 mass, but I'm not going to, you know, there's an 80. Oh, there's a 67.49 at 26%. So yeah, we're here. These are going to be excellent opportunities. So I'm going to try that one first. That's an interesting. I mean, obviously, the bigger rock is, and here's a 79. Look at this. It's like I found the perfect cluster to do this work in, you guys. This is fantastic. Like that's a 79.26 at 28%. So here we go. This is what this is kind of why we're here. This is like I could not. It's like geez, holy heavens and stars, you guys. This is like there's a use case in every single category here. That's awesome. What the heck? So yeah, that's fun. So this is the 67.49 at 26%. So I'm going to point my ship right at it. I'm going to pull the mining laser back in. We're going to drop the. I want to head down. Kojak says, "I have a question." What's your question there, Kojak? Man, this is so beautiful, you guys. This is really fantastic. So we're going to set down nice and easy here. We're going to turn off our engines. I do want to make sure that the... Yeah, that's doable. Mr. Azai says, streamer luck, yep. Kojak, yeah, ask your question. So hold on now. I got to make sure that things are happening here. I got to make sure I have a Boremax on board. I do. It's right there. All right. That's what we want. We're going to go ahead and go out the ship, and we're going to put this Boremax on this rock. So this is why we're here today. And this is going, you know, this is exactly what we're here for. So, you know, we knew we were pointed right at the rock. These rocks are enormous. I cannot, you know, when you get out of here and you actually go look at the size of these things, it's like, holy macaroni. Good spot to put it on right here. So I'm going to, that's what we're looking for right there. I am going to do a place. Beautiful placement there. That's good. Now we're going to tune this guy up. We're already at 55%. 56, okay. The axial scatter seems to be the one that kind of really gets her going. Oh my gosh. That was like a 96 right there. Hold on. Beautiful. We're going to touch the field range. Oh, nope, that's not that direction. 98. Awesome. I am going to monkey with this to see if we can get a 99. Nope. We're going to be happy with the 98%. We're going to activate it. It's been activated. Excellent. That's an excellent thing. Kojak says, so you can fill the Prospector up and go back and refine it. How can you find a location back to where the other rocks you found? You can't. There's no, yeah, I mean, if you break them up, you just have to go look for new rocks or whatever. So, or you can have bring in another friend and you guys can work on it together. But there is no meta right now for that. It's a great question, Kojak, by the way. Yep, it's an excellent question. Bellio says, oh, the silver armor looks like, yeah, I love the Quicksilver. I don't wear it much in the PU because I'm always scared of just losing it. But you know what? So here we go, you guys. This is what we're here for today. This is kind of the whole concept of what we're doing. I'll put the gear up. We'll pull the mining laser out. This is a 6700 mass. And we are going to move in on it. I'm going to go ahead and G up a couple of times and then I'm going to maneuver. So, yep, we're just going to kind of 6749, 26%. Look at how little the optimal window becomes at a 6.25 instability. But let's just go ahead and see what happens when I turn on the Brant. Or, pardon me, turn on the Lancet. So the Lancet did not seem to bring down that 6.25 instability. But I do have a Brant on board, and I also have the Optimum. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start putting energy into this thing. So there is some trade-off here. Significant trade-off, to be able to break these bigger rocks. You do have a thin window to kind of contain it in. So I will probably fire the Optimum when I get up near there. And see if I can hold it inside the green. So we are putting energy into a 6749. That's not normal. Okay, this is new to 3.17 to be able to put enough energy to break this size rock is new. Yeah. So we are going to see if we can break this guy. We're definitely going to lean on our Optimum. When we get up towards it's going to open up the optimal window, and we're just going to have to kind of deal with the instability we got. So, oh yeah, Kojak's saying, will they ever bring something into the game to track locations? We absolutely hope so. Absolutely. I was really hoping that one of these mining gadgets might be something that you attach to the rock, and it will tell you kind of where it is. So, it just didn't turn out to be the case. So. We're definitely putting energy into this thing. It's it's not fast, but it is going in. And when it gets up near the optimum window, I am going to pop the optimum module. It's going to give us a little bit bigger green window to work with here. Now I know we'll get up there because on an 8275 we got up there into the green. So we just kind of got to stick with this guy. It is going to swing wild a little bit. And I don't think you can use the Brant and the Optimum at the same time. So, I'm gonna actually just kind of use the Optimum this time. One of the kind of things that, hey, Polio, how you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. Bruce says, so the Expanse is going to basically allow you to mine all the smaller rocks of Quantanium and refine them to get better profit and quantity. Yeah, absolutely. Also, you're going to be able to bring the refiner to you or tuck it someplace close in like a deep space situation so you're not going to have to travel as far necessarily. Balio says, you can make your own mining beacon, just drop a box. It's true, but when you come back, the rocks are no longer procedurally generated there. They used to be, I think. At least people have told me that. But I've dropped buggies, boxes, all sorts of things. And if you drop them on a cluster, when you come back later, they're just not there. You know what I mean? The rocks are procedurally no longer there. One more question. Is there any news if we're going to redo the mining mode so we can see power and charge level easier? The UI is significantly cleaner in this 3.17. That's the one thing I'm noticing. It's looks fantastic compared to the way that it did in 3.16. It's going to be interesting going back to 3.16 tonight when it's like, hey man, the UI's looking muddy, because this is looking very, very, a lot of clarity in the UI here. So, well, this is what we came out here to do. It's to see if we could crack a 6700, something like this. It seems to be going fairly well. So far, we've built about 50% energy into it. And this is really, kind of why we're out here today, is to try and crack a couple of these rocks. And Kojak, please don't be. I want you to ask questions. I absolutely want you to ask questions, and I will tell you. If you don't, you can always set the notification bell, like and sub. If you have questions, please come back anytime we're streaming. I really do want to encourage you to come stream. Andreas, how are you doing, Andreas? Andreas, we got some. We put a Boremax on a rock here. It's a 6700 mass. We got the Lancet, and we're gonna try and crack it. We already cracked a 6500, and we almost cracked an 8275, but it was just the optimal window was too small and the instability was too big. So, oh snap! Didn't realize the rocks changed now on return. Sorry for no. Don't worry about that, Belios. It's fine. The meta changes all the time. You're absolutely right. Old miners have told me that you used to be able to set a box down and go back, but I did a lot of testing with that, and at least it's for me, it's just been, I come back and the rocks are gone. So don't even worry about that. It's totally fine, Belios. All of us do our best to give us the best information that we have. So, all right, we're starting to get up towards the optimal. This is once again a 6749 mass rock. We put the Boremax on, and so this is super duper valuable information here. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to pop them optimum. It's the optimum module as soon as it gets up a little closer to the optimal range. And it's going to open it up a little bit more. It's not going to be like a huge, a lot more, but a little bit more. As soon as it gets into the optimal, I am going to pop that thing. So we're starting to get there. It's working its way. Andrea says, very nice. I had a hard time today. Got 2 full 32 SEOs, but countless dead rocks and unscannables. Yeah, I think they're definitely, there's a lot of uncertainty right now with the, when it comes to the resources on the servers. Definitely the testing and the extra stress on the environment is noticeable in the PU. So we're starting to get up towards the optimal. As soon as we get into the green, I'm gonna pop that guy, and we're gonna see how we do. It's getting up there. It's working its way slowly. Belio says, congrats on the 2 unicorns. Still chasing my first one. Tukas, hi all. First time here. Welcome to the channel, Tukas. If you have any questions or just want to share anything about Star Citizen, any theory crafting, any mining questions you have, welcome aboard. Nice to see you. Glad you could make it. We are in 317. We're testing the mining gadgets. I do have a Lancet on board here, which normally is a 5900 cap, but we're about to break or start maybe potentially breaking a 6700 mass rock. So we're pretty excited about that. I'm going to go ahead and fire the optimum now. It didn't really open that window up that much, you guys. Holy mackerel. Or if it did, maybe visually it's just not showing it. Oh, I think that's what it is, actually. Because it's not in the green, but the green's going up. So interesting. Oh yeah, that's going to be a slow boat though. That's not going to be a great. That doesn't last very long. So all right. So I guess we're going to use that kind of as a reaction. We're going to get ourselves in the green here without it. I have a Brant here, too, that I could flatten things out with, but I'd like to save those for the bigger mass rocks. It's definitely not easy. You know, that's the one thing I will say is that it's not easy, even with the Lancet on board. You know, you've got a big instability window and a thin optimal window. Popped another optimum, just trying to keep it real. Trying to stay up in the green there. Trying to make sure it doesn't fall out, but I also want to be careful that it doesn't jump up too much into the overcharge. If it did a little bit, it wouldn't break my heart, but I don't want it to fall out if at all possible. We're keeping it in there. It does seem like we're doing okay. Driving it back up again. It might fall out. It did fall out. Hopefully we don't lose a ton of it. Oh, it's hanging around. It's hanging around, you guys. We did it. We did it. We broke a 6,700 right there. Broke a 6,700 mass rock with the Boremax. You know, and hey, that's a win. That's a 6,700 mass rock that was at, you know, at a halfway decent percentage of Quantanium. So that is a win right there. These mining gadgets are going to make a significant difference here. So now we have our next use case, which is this guy. This is a 28% 9,000 or 9,000 7,900, almost an 8,000 is what I meant to say. So that is fantastic. That is fantastic news. That's just, you know, that's a lot of fun right there. That's an excellent break. You know, super duper duper cool. I am gonna go ahead and land, and here's what we're gonna do this time though. We're gonna have a little fun. I'm actually gonna attach 2 mining. I don't know though. I don't know that I'm gonna do that. We'll just kind of keep it real here. Maybe on the last rock I'll do 2. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop our gear here. Hey, we're kind of in a weird... Okay. Let's kind of just work our way down here. And we'll fly a little closer. Make sure we're clear. Yep, looking good. Maybe scooch off this way a little bit. Oh boy. A little unsettling. Oh, yeah, we did all right. Cool. Turn off the engines. All right, we're going to hit Y here. That's an amazing break, a 6,700 mass break. And so, yeah, here we go. So here's me. What should I do? I'm going to go ahead and I have the mining gadgets in my vehicle. So this is the Boremax. I'm going to go ahead and hit equip. And then I'm going to double check. I'm going to make sure that I have one on my back. So that's where it goes to. After that, I'm going to exit the vehicle. And so we're exiting the vehicle now. We are going to approach this rock because this is the rock we're breaking. We kind of swing over here to the backside a little bit. Look at nice flat surface, beautiful in the sun. I'm going to hit 4. That's going to scroll through my options. And one of them is going to be the Boremax. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit F, hold down F, and I'm going to hit place. And it's going to kind of give me a shadow of where I want to place it. I'm going to choose there. So I've stuck the Boremax to the rock now. You know, there's the Prospector back there, you know. So then you come up here and you start taking a look. Using F, I'm holding down F and scrolling in with mouse wheel. And you begin, the axle scatter is the one I'm finding right now is the first one that I kind of tweak. And you bring it up to the highest percentage you can get, and then you use these other ones to kind of, it's got to get into the 90s. So, you know, it looks like I've got maybe an 88 there. So propagation is going to bring me into the 90s to a 98%. That's the best I've seen. So you use these 3 different things here, and then you're going to hit activate, and then you can see that it's activated. It puts this pretty green light on there. You know, and you know that you've got it activated. That is a big, big, big rock, bigger than the one that I just broke, with a higher percentage of Quantanium in it. So it'll be interesting to see here. This is where things really got real today in the stream, and really what we are here to test entirely. So, you know, this is, you know, hey, this is the good stuff here. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and give this guy a try. Now we've got, you know, a couple of tricks in our up our sleeve. We got Brant on board. We do have an Optimum on board as well. Optimum, and so easy for me to say. And up we go. We're gonna go ahead and pull the mining laser out. So you can see right now that's a 6.41 instability. That's about the same instability that we handled the last time. We are going to come into an optimal range. We're going to begin cranking this guy up to 100. And we're going to see if we can put any kind of charge into this guy. Now, I was able to put charge into an 8200, but it was a low percentage rock. So it'll be interesting to see. Yep, you can see right off the bat, we're putting some charge level in there. It's going to swing wild. And so yeah, Tukasa says, are those disposable, or you can pick them back up? You can actually, once you crack the rock, you can actually run back out and detach it. If you can find it, if it didn't roll over on its front side. I haven't tried to recover one yet. It's a good, maybe I will try to recover this one if I can break it. You know, this is a 8,000 mass rock. This is a much harder break. You know, obviously that other one was it's a super win for the, you know, for us miners who know, you know, that the, you know, as far as the percent, you know, as far as the mass goes, usually these masses are out of reach. Now this guy is being a, you know, it's definitely not necessarily charging easy. So, you know, you get that higher percentage of Quantanium. This is a 28%er. And it is definitely being, you know, it's not quite as comfortable where we were just, you know, automatically just building energy in and we knew it was kind of an auto break. So this guy here it's definitely falling out. This is what normally happens when, so this higher, so it's funny. I did crack an 82, or had an 8275 in the green today, but it was a low percentage rock. I was just kind of curious. This is going to be, yes, it's a good question, Squirrel. It's, can you put in multiple gadgets? And we may have to give that a try here, right? Because our instability is off the charts here. And it's just, we're just not able to get any energy into this guy. So I'm going to actually close in real close. We're going to try it a little bit more. See if we can find some place on the rock where we can get a little bit going here. It does look like, you know, that the higher percentages, you know, are a little tougher to crack. I do have I'm gonna maybe run out and put a Sabir on here as well, just for fun. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I didn't turn off the laser first. Let me do that.
Mining mode off. Mining mode on. Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
So we're going to go ahead, and what we're going to do is I'm going to just drop the ship back down. I'm going to actually throw a Sabir on this guy as well. I'm going to put it right next to that other one. I'm just kind of curious if the numbers will change, you know, so we'll monkey around with that. Let me go ahead and turn the lasers. I'll go ahead and grab a second consumable here. Now, I don't know that this works or they're stackable or whatever, but this other one is going to actually decrease the optimal window significantly, but who cares? You know, we're having a little fun. This is the Sabir. I'm going to equip that guy. So that's the Sabir. I put that guy on. And let's go put this on. And who knows, maybe it won't let us attach a second one. We don't know. This is all just us just kind of doing some theory crafting. In the last few days, it took more time, Andrea said, to find a good spot to rock, you know, to crack the rock. Yeah, you know, I understand. I think there's definitely been a little pressure on the servers with the resources. So right here's our Boremax. We're just going to choose another spot right here. And we're gonna place this Sabir on here right here as well. Ah, she's stuck. Okay. Same kind of gig. We're going to get down here and look. Oh, she's already ready to activate. Isn't that crazy? It's already at 95. $96. Awesome. And how about, oh, you know, we'll take 96. We'll activate it. And now the Sabir's activated on there as well. So we've, you know, that's a screenshot right there, guys. We got a Boremax and a Sabir on board. Let's go see if it's less than 5% instability now. It's going to be interesting to me if you actually can put multiple ones on there. I mean, maybe you can just load a rock up and just, you know, do it. I don't know. It's very interesting though, you know, and just, you know, trying a second one here. You know, we're gonna have a little fun with it. My question is the instability gonna be less than, you know, because that thing drops the instability significantly. So, all right, engines on, up we go. We're gonna turn off, close the gear. We're opening up the mining thing. Look at that, instability is way down, you guys. It is. It's now the optimal window is just a sliver, right? We knew that was going to be a thing. The optimal window is just a sliver, but the instability is down significantly. So the resistance and the instability are almost turned off. So those stack. We just stacked 2 mining gadgets on one thing, and they stacked. Hi, I've been watching you and wonder what org you are in, as I would love to join, as mining is my favorite thing to do in the verse. Carl, there's a link in the description at spectrefleet.space. You know, I have a biased opinion, but you know, we're the best org in the verse, you know. And yeah, come check us out. If you know, there's some, you know, if you go to spectrefleet.space first, you could definitely find your way over to us, and we have a wonderful group of guys who mine. Absolutely wonderful group. Now, this isn't necessarily helping me build any energy into this thing, because I'm not. But I did put 2 on there, and they did stack. So this is... Oh, hold on, I found a little spot on there. Let's just kind of see what happens. I'll fly around the side of the rock and see if there's other spots that maybe are acting a little more... Betleo says, ooh, nice new icon on screen. Yep. Drax said, load a big rock up. All you gotta do is, yeah, that's a great. Load a rock up and then just, you know, kind of blow softly on it or whatever. Lift your leg, whatever. Squirrel Lord says, very interesting. So stacking gadgets works. Thanks for testing this. Yeah, this is very interesting. The gadget stack, it did work. Although I will tell you, this 8,000 mass at 28%, I'm not, and you can see it's got multiple icons down there too. See the icons on the very bottom of the UI? Those are telling you that this thing's got stuff on it, but it's not building any energy into it, you guys. So this is kind of a bridge too far, which is no problem. It's no problem to understand that. It's great. This is great testing. So, you know, when you start getting up around 8,000 at a 30%, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to build energy into it, or at least not consistently. And we're going to I'm just going to let it cook here for a minute. It does seem to be building it now. Let's just kind of see what happens. But if it falls out again, if it does fall out again here, I'm going to go ahead and call a cry uncle and move on. You know what I mean? So, you know, the testing's got it, should continue, and I don't want to spend a ton of time. We absolutely were able to break a 6,700 mass, or around 20%. So that's already a way to get a double value from your coffee. Yeah, it's awesome. And we are, you know, it is kind of holding some energy in there. It doesn't seem to be going up that much from here, but it just, you know. And like I said, if it falls out again, we're gonna move on. Beautiful bit of testing here. Not getting a whole lot. We're kind of cranked up to the max. I'm going to do some articulating here a little bit. The one thing I will say is that, you know, it's not swinging wildly. It's not growing that wildly either. I mean, so it very well could be that you could build the energy into this over time. But between those two, it's just the instability is so low it doesn't climb that fast. Bellio says carpet bomb gadgets from the M2 and cracked them. Yeah, that's exactly right. Just kind of keeping an eye on it, seeing if we can... Boy, those two, they've really flattened it out. I mean, that's what's amazing here. You know, I mean, it definitely, the resistance and the instability is down significantly. And we are, you know, it's very slow, but we are building a little energy into it. Like I said, if it falls out again, we're going to move on. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to build the energy into this guy to break it. At least it doesn't feel that way right now. But we definitely were able to break a 6,500 and a 6,700. And we had a very low percentage, 8,000 mass on the ropes. But this is a 7928 at 28%. And, you know, it's holding a little energy in there, but it's not doing it that... Probably not quick enough where it would be efficient. We stuck a couple of different ones on there, though, which was very interesting. Fun. It's gonna be fun to have more options. That's for sure. So it doesn't look like we're able to build energy into it at a reasonable clip, though, and you know, for posterity's sake, I think we'll move on. We were able to break that guy. There was a bigger rock over here as well. Let's go ahead and... I do like how it's saving the scans. There's this 8,300 at 30%. I'm assuming that would probably be the same. Here's what I'm going to do with this one, though, because it's just a curiosity of mine, is I am going to just actually stick a Sabir on this thing first. Just lower the instability. So, it's just a curiosity of mine. I am going to kind of face this guy here. We'll go ahead and drop our gear. I'm just going to put the Sabir on this particular fella. And not the Boremax this time. Uh-oh. I'm turning off my engines, but they're not turning off. We might have 30K'd, you guys. We might have 30K'd. I have a feeling I'm not able to get out of my seat. I think we did. I think we 30K'd. So I'm going to give you some beautiful final shots here, sitting on the planet surface. Cracking big old Quantanium rocks, some little advanced camera control work over here. How about this? Maybe move down a little bit. And then scooch over this way. I wonder if we can... It's weird. I'm able to go into mining mode, but I can't seem to get out of my chair. Or turn you off, or... Yeah, it's funny. Definitely think I 30K'd. Let me do this. Let's see, tab. No, it's this. It's tilde, R tab. You R tab, display info 4. Let's look here. Well, we have bwin. I don't know. I can't get out of my chair, though. Holding Y.
Shields under attack.
What? Why are my shields under attack?
Mining mode.
Alright. Oh, it doesn't look like the mining laser's coming on.
Mining mode on.
Tag, you know what? I just broke a 6700 mass rock with the Boremax with the Lancet. So yeah, it's going really well. I mean, it's interesting. Like, I was able to break a 6700 mass, I think around 20%, maybe 18-19%. I found and I was able to you know, I was not able to break this rock, you guys. So let's, you know, just to keep it honest, 100%. If you see, I put both a Sabir and a Boremax in on this other rock over here. And I'm unable to break this rock. This rock just will not break. My mining laser now stopped working. I can't seem to get my mining laser to work. I cannot seem to exit my chair. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I could try to exit my chair a different way. Let's do that. Let's just kind of take a look and see what's working and what's not. Yeah, it looks like the VTOLs are working. All right. So yeah, let's just kind of maybe look for exit chair with F. Not something I generally do. It's kind of... Can't remember where exit seat is at exactly. I thought it was over here somewhere. Power off. Here, let's go ahead and land again. Let me get this right here. All right. So we're not turning off power and stuff. But yeah, we definitely have seemed to hit some kind of a snag where we're unable to use a couple of things here in the stream, which is no big deal. I mean, this thing has been terribly stable. 4. Let me try this. I'm just going to try and power off. That's engine off. Didn't work. Power off. Power off not working. You can see those things in the distance there doing their thing. Yeah, I don't see the exit chair at all. I always thought it was over this way somewhere. I just thought it was, yeah, I thought it was like over here somewhere. Yeah. Definitely a bummer. I wonder if I can just... Let's just kind of try and fly back to see if we can just land at ArcL 1. I would probably prefer to do that. Star map? Okay, we don't have a lot of... Can't seem to get to the star map either. Alright, well, let's just kind of fly up and work our way to an orbital marker first. to work right there. Yeah, OM6 will be fine. No big deal. I mean, it's been crazy good up to this point. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to allow us to do that. We're unable to quantum as well. This is a line to target. Yeah, we seem to be kind of caught in no man's land where, like, some things are working, some things aren't. We're unable to quantum. Well, it has been, I mean, it's been a great experience today. I learned a tremendous amount about using these things. And I am, yeah, I just am thrilled. Just thrilled with the way today went. You know, and the PTUs kind of has one of these things. Here's what I'm going to do, I guess. Let me do this just because it's a curiosity of mine. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set a BRB, and I'm going to go ahead and see if I can return to, you know, I'm going to kind of exit out of the, I don't want to return the menus here. I wonder if I could bed log. I can't get out of the chair. Right? There's no way out of the chair right now? Yeah. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. Anthony says, good stream. It has been an absolutely lovely day. I'm going to set a BRB. Let me just kind of deal with it this way. I'll be right back, you guys. Give me just a sec. All right, we're back. And, yeah, those Pembroke suits are funny. No question about that. Just kind of going ahead and I'm going to click on the persistent universe here, and back in we will go. And we'll see just kind of what state we're in. Yeah, that was, you know, it had been incredibly stable up to that point. I'd been on that server for a long time. And we had been able to do quite a bit of the testing that we wanted to do today. I would say the takeaway is that the edge cases, like the 6,000 plus mass rocks, are absolutely doable. You know, if it's south of 7,000, absolutely doable. It's going to be interesting to see. You know, there was that was a 7,900 mass at 28%. I could not seem to get. You know, that seemed like it was kind of the bridge too far. So, you know, it's going to end up being somewhere around like a 7,500 mass at a certain percentage. You know, if I were to guess, the 6,700 that I did was only at a 20, maybe a 9. I think it was might have been around a 20%, or I don't recall exactly. But that's still a significant improvement. So, you know, if you find these 62, 6,300s at 40%, you're going to be easily be able to attach that thing on there and do it. So it's just another piece of kit that is going to really significantly improve how well you can mine. So we're going to try and work our way back in here. We're kind of spinning here a little bit. We're going to see how this goes. And if we can make our way back in here, we'll see. But you know what? This has already been a win today. So we may just kind of, if we can't sign back in here or if something's being a little grumpy, maybe we'll have to kind of wrap it up for the day. So we'll just kind of see here. I will say to everybody who is, all the new faces today, I've really loved. It's been a great stream. By far the best numbers I've ever done on a stream. So that was lots of fun. Had a lot of old familiar faces. Had a lot of new faces. So that was absolutely lovely. I think at this point, knowing kind of where things are at, it's probably best to just to just be proud of the work that we did today. We'll go ahead and sign off for the day. Thank you all. QuantCalc is an excellent mining. It's an app. It's an early release. The link is in the description below. It's $1. It's absolutely wonderful at calculating how much Quantanium is in a rock. Spectrefleet.space is our organization. Please come if you're interested in an organization, Star Citizen. Please do come check us out. We're always looking for new people to come on board. Have a lovely Saturday. Thank you for joining us. This was great. And I will see you all around the verse.